What if the first Earth civilization was not us? In the deep, quiet hours when cities sleep and the ancient Earth breathes beneath our feet, there comes a whisper that disturbs the comfortable certainty we carry about our place in time. We walk through museums where fragments of pottery speak of civilizations 5,000 years old. We stand before pyramids whose stones remember pharaohs and forgotten kings, and we tell ourselves this story, that we are the culmination, the peak, the first to truly master fire and metal and the written word. But what if, in the spaces between what we've found and what we've lost, in the layers of stone that stretch back not thousands but millions of years, there walks a different truth entirely? What if the footprints we believe mark humanity's first tentative steps are merely the most recent tracks on a path worn smooth by others who came before, who built and dreamed and perhaps even watched the stars with eyes much like our own, in ages so distant that their cities have become the bedrock beneath our own? Tonight, we venture into that unsettling possibility, following traces that whisper of predecessors, of civilizations that rose and fell and left behind only the faintest echoes in stone and myth and the deep memory of the earth itself. Before we descend together into these shadowed territories where certainty dissolves, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to Historic Sleep. And in the comments below, tell me where in the world you're listening from and what time it is in your corner of the night. I love seeing our global community of curious souls illuminate the darkness, connecting across continents as we explore the mysteries that time has buried beneath layers of assumption and forgetting. The weight of certainty sits heavy in our museums, in the careful labels that mark pottery shards as 3000 BCE and bone fragments as earliest known human settlement. We have built our understanding of the past like a neat staircase, each civilization a step higher than the last, each discovery proof of our steady climb from cave to cosmos. But what if this staircase is built on sand? What if the very foundation of our timeline rests on nothing more substantial than the limits of our own perception? Stand for a moment in the halls of any natural history museum, where reconstructed skeletons reach toward glass ceilings and placards speak with the authority of absolute knowledge. Here, in these temples to human progress, we tell ourselves the story we most want to hear, that we are the culmination, the peak, the first species to truly master fire and metal and the written word. Yet beneath the polished floors of these institutions, beneath the concrete and steel of our cities, beneath the very bedrock we think we know, lies 4.6 billion years of planetary memory that we have barely begun to read. The mathematics alone should humble us. Our recorded history, that fragile thread of civilization we cling to so desperately, spans perhaps 6,000 years. The oldest stone tools we've found reach back 2.5 million years. But set against the vast chronometer of Earth itself, these milestones become dust motes floating in cathedral light. If Earth's entire history were compressed into a single day, our proud civilizations would occupy less than the final second before midnight. In that context, to declare ourselves the first to achieve technological sophistication is like a mayfly claiming dominion over the eternal forest. Consider what vanishes in the space of a single human lifetime. Cities abandoned to jungle reclaim their building stones in decades. Roads crack and buckle returning to earth. Even our mightiest monuments, those pyramids and cathedrals we imagine will stand forever, show their age in centuries, not millennia. Now project forward not hundreds of years, but hundreds of thousands. What would remain of Manhattan after 1 million years of wind and rain? What trace of our satellites after 10 million years of cosmic radiation and orbital decay? The archaeological record itself whispers of this impermanence. We find tantalizing fragments, a Roman coin in an ancient Indian temple, Viking artifacts in pre-Columbian America, yet for each answer these discoveries provide, they raise 10 new questions about connections we never suspected. How much more might we be missing entirely? How many civilizations might have risen and fallen in the vast epochs before our own, leaving only the faintest traces for us to misinterpret or overlook? The problem runs deeper than simple preservation. Our methods of detection are calibrated to find what we expect: stone tools, fired pottery, worked metals. But what if a previous civilization had developed along entirely different lines? What if they mastered biotechnology instead of metallurgy, growing their tools rather than forging them? What if their greatest achievements were made of materials that returned to Earth completely, leaving no fossil record for future archaeologists to uncover? We would walk right past their legacy, blind to technologies we cannot even imagine. Then there are the anomalies, those discoveries that don't fit comfortably into our established timeline but are too intriguing to dismiss entirely. The Antikythera mechanism, that bronze marvel of ancient Greek engineering, sat on the seafloor for 2,000 years, waiting to shatter our assumptions about technological capability in the classical world. If we had not found it by chance, we would still believe that such sophisticated gear systems were impossible before the Renaissance. How many other Antikythera mechanisms lie buried in sediment we will never excavate, in ruins we will never explore? The deeper question haunts the honest investigator. What makes us so certain we are the first to reach for the stars when we can barely penetrate the mysteries of our own past? We have explored less than 5% of our oceans, mapped perhaps half of our planet's surface in detail, and drilled into our crust to a depth that would not even scratch the paint on a scale model. Yet from this limited vantage point we declare with confidence that no other intelligence has ever called this world home. Perhaps the most telling evidence of our blindness is how often we must revise our own story. Each decade brings discoveries that push back the dates of human achievement. Cave paintings older than we thought possible. Evidence of transoceanic navigation millennia before Columbus. Star maps accurate beyond what their creators should have been able to calculate. Each time we adjust our timeline and congratulate ourselves on our expanding knowledge, never pausing to wonder what other assumptions might crumble with the next find. The hubris is breathtaking when viewed from the proper distance. We are a species that has existed for perhaps 300,000 years, has been literate for less than 6,000, has understood the true age of its planet for less than 200, and has possessed the tools to see beyond its immediate environment for less than 100. From this narrow window of awareness, we peer into the abyss of deep time and announce with certainty that the footprints we see in the sand are the first ever made. What if we are wrong? What if the timeline of intelligence on this planet is not a simple progression from primitive to advanced, but a spiral, circling back upon itself in patterns we cannot yet discern? What if the question is not whether other civilizations existed before us, but how many times intelligence has flowered and faded in the Garden of Earth, leaving only the faintest perfume in the air for those with the sensitivity to detect it? In the deepest ice cores of Antarctica, locked within crystalline layers older than memory, there lies a story written in the language of catastrophe. Each stratum tells of skies gone dark, of temperatures plummeting in the space of seasons rather than centuries, of life struggling and sometimes failing against forces beyond all human scale. These are the Earth's own archives, more reliable than any human record, and they speak of a planet that does not change gradually, but in sudden, violent spasms that rewrite the rules of existence overnight. The scientists who study these frozen chronicles use careful language, speaking of climate events and extinction boundaries with the measured tone of academic detachment. But read between the lines of their papers, examine the data they so precisely catalogue, and a different picture emerges. Our planet is not the stable, predictable home we imagine it to be. It is a restless giant that periodically shakes itself awake, erasing entire epochs of life with the casual indifference of a sleeper brushing away dreams. 12,800 years ago, something happened that should not have been possible according to our understanding of gradual climate change. The world had been warming steadily, emerging from the grip of the last ice age, when suddenly, catastrophically, winter returned. Not the gentle cooling of a seasonal shift, but a brutal, immediate plunge into conditions that locked the northern hemisphere in ice for over 1,000 years. Geologists call it the Younger Dryas, a technical term that conceals the true horror of what Earth's children endured during that long, dark millennium. The evidence lies scattered across the globe like the remnants of a cosmic crime scene. In sediment cores from lakes and ocean floors, researchers find layers of platinum at concentrations that should not exist in nature. Nanodiamonds, those microscopic gems that form only under the intense pressure and heat of cosmic impact. Magnetic spherules, tiny droplets of iron that could only have been created by temperatures far beyond anything terrestrial fire could produce. The signature is unmistakable to those who know how to read it. Something struck Earth with such force that it scattered these exotic materials across continents, but the physical evidence, compelling as it is, tells only part of the story. In the oral traditions of peoples across the globe, in myths and legends preserved through countless generations, we find the human memory of that time written not in data points, but in the language of survival and terror. The Hopi speak of the world being destroyed by fire from the sky. The Norse tell of the Thimble Winter, 3 years of killing cold that preceded the twilight of the gods. Australian Aboriginal stories describe stars falling like rain and a great burning that drove the ancestors underground. These are not metaphors or spiritual allegories. They are the testimonies of witnesses, passed down through the generations by people who understood that forgetting such things could mean the death of their children's children. Walk through the channeled scablands of eastern Washington, those bizarre formations that puzzled geologists for decades until they finally accepted the impossible truth. These twisted canyons, these isolated buttes rising like monuments from the desert floor, were carved not by millions of years of patient erosion, but by floods of unimaginable magnitude. Walls of water hundreds of feet high, moving at highway speeds, carrying house. The land itself still bears the scars, frozen in stone, of forces that could remake geography in days rather than millennia. The timing is crucial, for this was not some primordial catastrophe from Earth's violent youth. This happened when humans were already walking the planet, already developing the first glimmers of what we might recognize as civilization. The Clovis culture, those sophisticated Paleolithic peoples who had spread across North America, with their finely crafted spear points and complex social structures, vanished virtually overnight. Their sites end abruptly at the same sediment layer that contains those telltale markers of cosmic impact. It was as if someone had simply erased them from the archaeological record. But they were not alone in their extinction. Across the Americas, the great megafauna that had dominated the landscape for millions of years disappeared within what appears to be a geological instant. Mammoths, mastodons, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, the massive short-faced bears that stood 12 feet tall, all gone. The standard explanation blames human overhunting, but the math doesn't work. There weren't enough humans to kill that many animals that quickly, even if they had done nothing but hunt for generations. The genetic evidence adds another layer to this story of near extinction. Studies of human mitochondrial DNA reveal bottlenecks, moments in our past when the breeding population of our species dropped to perhaps as few as 1,000 individuals. These bottlenecks coincide eerily with the geological markers of global catastrophe, suggesting that our ancestors came closer to extinction than we like to imagine. We are all descendants of survivors, carrying in our cells the memory of times when humanity hung by the thinnest of threads. Yet somehow, impossibly, life continued. In the archaeological record, we see not just survival, but something more remarkable. The sudden appearance of agriculture, the domestication of crops and animals, the founding of the first permanent settlements. It is as if catastrophe, rather than setting back human development, somehow accelerated it. As if the survivors of that cosmic catastrophe carried with them not just the trauma of destruction, but the seeds of a more sophisticated way of life. This pattern repeats throughout the deep past. The geological record is punctuated by these reset events, moments when the Earth's systems collapsed and rebuilt themselves. The Permian extinction that killed 90% of all species, the asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs, the massive volcanic eruptions that choked the sky with ash and triggered global winter. Each time, life found a way to continue, but it was never the same life that had existed before. The survivors emerged into a new world with new rules, forced to adapt or die. What if civilization follows the same pattern? What if intelligence on this planet is not a steady climb from ignorance to enlightenment, but a cycle of rise and fall, growth and catastrophe, memory and forgetting? The myths speak of ages of gold followed by ages of iron, of great floods and world-ending fires that sweep away the proud works of previous generations. Hindu cosmology describes vast cycles of time, each ending in dissolution before the dance of creation begins again. The Maya calculated the end of world ages with mathematical precision, marking the completion of cycles measured not in years but in millennia. If this is true, then we are not the first to build cities and split atoms and reach for the stars. We are simply the latest in a long line of intelligent species, each believing itself to be unique, each facing the same ultimate test when Earth awakens from its slumber and shakes the world tree once again. The question is not whether the reset will come. The geological record makes clear that it always comes, but whether we will be prepared when it does. Whether we will join the ranks of the extinct or find our way, like the ancestors whose DNA we carry, into whatever strange new world emerges from the ashes of the old. And perhaps in that deeper understanding lies the beginning of wisdom. Not the arrogance of believing we are the pinnacle of evolution, but the humility of recognizing that we are part of a pattern far larger and older than ourselves. The Earth remembers everything, even if we choose to forget, and in its memory lies both warning and hope for those wise enough to listen. The morning light that creeps across the Altiplano of Bolivia carries with it a peculiar quality, as though filtered through the thin air of a world that remembers different laws of physics. At 12,800 feet above sea level, where oxygen itself becomes precious, the ruins of Puma Punku rise from the earth like fragments of a fever dream made manifest in stone. Here, scattered across a windswept plateau, lie blocks of andesite and red sandstone carved with such impossible precision that they seem to mock our understanding of what Bronze Age hands could accomplish. Walk among these stones in the crystalline dawn, and the mathematics of impossibility begins to reveal itself. Blocks weighing over 130 tons, their surfaces machined to tolerances that would challenge a modern factory, interlocking joints fitted to within 1/100th of an inch, tighter than the width of a human hair. H-shaped blocks with internal right angles so precise they appear to have been cut by lasers rather than shaped by the copper tools that archaeologists insist were the height of technology when these monuments were built over 1,000 years ago. What if civilization follows the same pattern? What if intelligence on this planet is not a steady climb from ignorance to enlightenment, but a cycle of rise and fall, growth and catastrophe, memory and forgetting? The myths speak of ages of gold followed by ages of iron, of great floods and world-ending fires that sweep away the proud works of previous generations. Hindu cosmology describes vast cycles of time, each ending in dissolution before the dance of creation begins again. The Maya calculated the end of world ages with mathematical precision, marking the completion of cycles measured not in years but in millennia. If this is true, then we are not the first to build cities and split atoms and reach for the stars. We are simply the latest in a long line of intelligent species, each believing itself to be unique, each facing the same ultimate test when Earth awakens from its slumber and shakes the world tree once again. The question is not whether the reset will come. The geological record makes clear that it always comes, but whether we will be prepared when it does. Whether we will join the ranks of the extinct or find our way, like the ancestors whose DNA we carry, into whatever strange new world emerges from the ashes of the old. And perhaps in that deeper understanding lies the beginning of wisdom. Not the arrogance of believing we are the pinnacle of evolution, but the humility of recognizing that we are part of a pattern far larger and older than ourselves. The Earth remembers everything, even if we choose to forget, and in its memory lies both warning and hope for those wise enough to listen. The morning light that creeps across the Altiplano of Bolivia carries with it a peculiar quality, as though filtered through the thin air of a world that remembers different laws of physics. At 12,800 feet above sea level, where oxygen itself becomes precious, the ruins of Puma Punku rise from the earth like fragments of a fever dream made manifest in stone. Here, scattered across a windswept plateau, lie blocks of andesite and red sandstone carved with such impossible precision that they seem to mock our understanding of what Bronze Age hands could accomplish. Walk among these stones in the crystalline dawn, and the mathematics of impossibility begins to reveal itself. Blocks weighing over 130 tons, their surfaces machined to tolerances that would challenge a modern factory. Interlocking joints fitted to within 1/100th of an inch, tighter than the width of a human hair. H-shaped blocks with internal right angles so precise they appear to have been cut by lasers rather than shaped by the copper tools that archaeologists insist were the height of technology when these monuments were built over 1,000 years ago. The orthodox explanation speaks of ingenious craftsmanship, patient artisans working with primitive tools to achieve these impossible feats through sheer determination and time. Yet stand before a block whose internal corners form perfect 90-degree angles, whose surfaces bear the unmistakable marks of machine tooling, parallel grooves, uniform depths, the kind of repetitive precision that speaks not of human hands, but of mechanical process, and the comfortable explanations begin to crumble like ancient mortar. There is something unsettling about the way these stones fit together, or rather, the way they once fit before some catastrophe scattered them across the plateau like a giant's abandoned puzzle. The joints interlock with a complexity that suggests not just engineering skill, but a fundamental understanding of forces we barely comprehend today. These are not stones stacked one upon another, but components of a system, pieces of architecture that imply the existence of knowledge that has no place in our timelines of human development. The surface bears other mysteries. Channels carved into the stone with mathematical precision, their purpose lost to time. Some researchers suggest they were conduits for water or perhaps molten metal, but the angles are wrong for simple drainage, the pathways too complex for mere ornamentation. They follow patterns that seem almost like circuitry, as though the entire structure was designed to channel some form of energy we no longer recognize. In certain light, when the Andean sun strikes them just so, these grooves seem to catch and hold illumination in ways that solid stone should not, creating the illusion that the blocks themselves are lit from within. The mystery deepens when one considers the origin of the materials. The red sandstone came from quarries located miles away across terrain that would challenge modern transportation equipment. How were these massive blocks moved? The largest weighs more than 4 Boeing 747 jets. Even today, with cranes and hydraulic lifts, moving such stones would be a complex engineering project. Yet here they lie, scattered across a high plateau where the wind never stops and the air barely sustains human life. Testimony to capabilities that should not have existed in a world of copper tools and llama-drawn sleds. But Pumapunku is not alone in its impossibility. Halfway around the world, in the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey, another impossible structure emerges from the earth, its implications even more disturbing to our understanding of the past. Göbekli Tepe, older than Stonehenge by 6 millennia, older than the pyramids by 7, rises from the Mesopotamian countryside like a whisper from a forgotten age. At 11,000 years old, it predates agriculture itself, built by people who, according to everything we thought we knew about human development, should have been struggling hunter-gatherers, with neither the organization nor the technology to create monumental architecture. Yet here stand pillars 20 feet high, carved from limestone quarried and transported without the wheel, without metal tools, without the domesticated animals that should have been necessary for such a feat. The pillars themselves are marvels of artistry, their surfaces adorned with intricate bas-reliefs depicting animals both familiar and strange. Lions prowl alongside foxes, wild boar charge past creatures that seem to exist in no known taxonomy. But it is not the artistry that challenges understanding, it is the engineering. Each pillar was carved as a single piece, extracted from bedrock and somehow transported to the hilltop site where they were erected in perfect circles. The largest weighs over 50 tons, requiring coordination and technology that hunter-gatherer societies should not have possessed. The precision of the placement, the mathematical relationships between the structures, the evidence of careful planning and astronomical alignment. All of this speaks to a level of social organization and technical knowledge that has no place in the Neolithic period as we understand it. Perhaps most disturbing is what happened to Göbekli Tepe when it was complete. Rather than being abandoned to time and weather, as most ancient sites eventually are, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately buried. Tons of earth and stone were carefully placed to cover the entire complex, as though someone wanted to ensure it would vanish completely from human memory. The burial was so thorough, so methodical, that it succeeded for over 10,000 years. Only modern archaeological techniques revealed its presence beneath what appeared to be a natural hill. Who possessed the organization to build such a complex, and more importantly, who had the foresight or perhaps the fear to bury it so completely? The implications ripple backward through time. If hunter-gatherers could create Göbekli Tepe, what else were they capable of? What other monuments lie buried beneath hills we assume to be natural features? How many times has human civilization reached heights we no longer remember? The pattern continues across the ancient world, each example more troubling than the last. In the classical period, when Athens was reaching the height of its intellectual achievement, someone created a device that would not be equaled until the invention of mechanical clocks 1,500 years later. The Antikythera mechanism, pulled from a Roman shipwreck in 1901, sat in museums for decades before anyone realized what they were looking at. What appeared to be a corroded lump of bronze and wood was actually the remains of an analog computer of staggering sophistication. The mechanism predicted the positions of the sun, moon, and known planets decades into the future. It calculated eclipses, tracked the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games, and modelled the irregular orbit of the moon with an accuracy that required mathematical concepts not rediscovered until Kepler's work in the 17th century. The gear trains were cut with precision that would not be seen again until the 18th century. Their ratios calculated to decimal places that imply knowledge of planetary mechanics that the Greeks, brilliant as they were, should not have possessed. Stand in the basement corridors of the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, where fragments of the device rest in climate-controlled cases, and feel the weight of implications pressing down like the tons of stone above. If the Greeks could create this, what else did they achieve? What other technologies existed in the classical world that we have dismissed as impossible? The devices not alone references in ancient texts hint at other mechanical marvels, automata that moved and spoke, devices that harnessed forces we can only guess at. But perhaps the most haunting architectural mysteries lie not in what was built, but in what was destroyed. Descend into the chambers beneath the Great Pyramid of Giza, where tourists are never taken, where the air tastes of ages and the walls press close with the weight of unsolved questions. Here, in passages carved with impossible precision through solid limestone, the ancient builders revealed capabilities that challenge every assumption about their tools and methods. The Grand Gallery rises above you, its corbelled ceiling a masterwork of engineering that has stood for over 4 millennia without a crack or shift in its stones. But it is not the durability that unsettles, it is the precision. Measure the angles and they prove to be mathematically perfect. Examine the surfaces and they show tool marks that should not exist if these chambers were carved with copper chisels and stone hammers. The walls are smooth to tolerances measured in fractions of inches, their surfaces bearing the distinctive parallel scoring that speaks of machine tools, not human hands. In the king's chamber, the granite coffer sits like a riddle carved in stone. Its interior volume relates to its exterior dimensions in ratios that echo the mathematical constants found in the pyramid's proportions. The granite itself came from quarries 500 miles to the south, blocks weighing many tons somehow transported north, and then lifted hundreds of feet into the air to be fitted into chambers whose dimensions were planned to accommodate them exactly. The logistics alone stagger the imagination, but it is the precision that haunts. Corners that meet at perfect right angles, surfaces that reflect light as though polished by modern techniques, walls that ring like bells when struck, suggesting they were tuned to specific frequencies. The evidence of advanced machining appears throughout the Giza complex. Core samples pulled from the limestone show drill marks that spiral through the stone at rates that would require tremendous downward pressure and rotation speeds far beyond what manual drilling could achieve. The drill bits themselves must have been tipped with materials harder than the limestone they cut, yet no such tools have been found in the archaeological record. They exist only in their effects, phantom technologies that performed impossible feats and then vanished without trace. Similar precision appears in other ancient sites where stone was worked to tolerances that challenge modern capabilities. At Sacsayhuaman, high above the city of Cusco in Peru, massive blocks of stone fit together without mortar, their irregular shapes interlocking like pieces of a three-dimensional puzzle. Some blocks weigh over 300 tons, yet they were fitted so precisely that a knife blade cannot slide between them. The surfaces bear no tool marks that would indicate how such precision was achieved with Bronze Age technology. Even more puzzling are the vitrified stones found at sites across the globe. From the hill forts of Scotland to the ancient cities of India, archaeologists have discovered walls and foundations where stone has been melted and reformed, creating glass-like surfaces that could only have been produced by temperatures exceeding 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. The conventional explanation suggests intense fires fueled by timber, but experiments have shown that even the hottest wood fires burn at temperatures too low to vitrify stone. The heat required approaches the range of modern industrial furnaces, or perhaps something even more intense. In Scotland, nearly 60 hill forts show evidence of vitrification. Their stone walls fused into glass-like ramparts that have puzzled archaeologists for centuries. The heat was applied so uniformly and intensely that entire sections of fortification were transformed into seamless barriers of vitrified rock. Similar sites appear across Europe, Asia, and the Americas, all bearing the same impossible signature of stone transmuted by forces that should not have existed in the ancient world. The engineering challenges compound when examining sites like Nan Madol in Micronesia, where artificial islands were constructed from massive basalt blocks fitted together without mortar. The blocks weigh up to 50 tons each, yet somehow they were transported across water to create a Venice-like city of canals and artificial islands. No source of basalt exists on the island where Nan Madol stands. The stone came from elsewhere, quarried and shaped and somehow moved across miles of ocean without the sailing vessels or crane technology that such transportation would seem to require. Local legends speak of the stones flying through the air, guided by magic and sound. Mainstream archaeology dismisses such accounts as mythical explanations for engineering feats beyond the storyteller's understanding. Yet when faced with the physical evidence blocks too large to float, too heavy for primitive boats to carry, assembled with precision that speaks to advanced planning, the legends begin to sound less like fantasy and more like descriptions of technologies we no longer comprehend. The pattern that emerges from these scattered sites is as troubling as the individual mysteries. Advanced architectural techniques appear suddenly in the archaeological record without precedent, achieve levels of sophistication that rival or exceed modern capabilities, then vanish as completely as though they had never existed. Knowledge that should have been preserved and developed through generations disappears without explanation, leaving only the stones themselves as testimony to capabilities that have no place in our understanding of technological development. What force could erase such knowledge so completely? War might destroy cities, but it rarely eliminates entire technological traditions. Natural disaster might bury sites, but knowledge of construction techniques should survive in the memories and teachings of the builders. Yet time and again we find evidence of capabilities that emerged without foundation and disappeared without trace, as though entire civilizations possess secrets they chose not to share or were prevented from passing on. The orthodox response to these anomalies is predictable. Ancient peoples were more capable than we assume, their achievements the result of ingenuity, determination, and techniques lost to time. This explanation requires us to believe that complex knowledge was discovered multiple times in different locations, achieved remarkable sophistication, then was repeatedly forgotten for reasons that remain mysterious. It asks us to accept that human capability fluctuated wildly throughout history, reaching peaks of achievement that were abandoned and had to be rediscovered millennia later. But what if the pattern points to a different conclusion? What if the impossible architectures were not the work of isolated genius, but evidence of contact with knowledge that originated elsewhere, not necessarily from beyond our world, but perhaps from beneath it, from civilizations that achieve stability precisely by avoiding the surface world's cycles of rise and collapse? In this framework, the scattered sites become markers of intersection, moments when hidden knowledge briefly touched the surface world before withdrawing again into concealment. The vitrified stones might be evidence of technologies that could reshape matter at the molecular level. The precision cutting could indicate tools that worked not through force but through principles we have yet to discover. The massive construction projects might have been possible through understanding of physics that made the movement of stone as simple as directing energy. If such knowledge exists, its selective application makes sense. Sharing too much too quickly would destabilize the very civilizations it touched, creating dependencies that could not be sustained when the source withdrew. Better to offer hints, demonstrations of possibility that could inspire surface cultures to develop their own solutions, than to provide finished technologies that would collapse when their providers departed. The burial of Göbekli Tepe takes on new significance in this context. Perhaps it was not destroyed by surface dwellers, but concealed by its builders when contact ended, preserved against a time when interaction might safely resume. The precision of the burial, its completeness and careful execution, suggest planning and resources beyond what hunter-gatherer societies should have commanded. It speaks to a decision made not in haste or fear, but as part of a larger strategy to control the flow of knowledge across time. And so the stones remain, scattered across the world like fragments of a story too large for any single culture to contain. Each site poses questions that our current understanding cannot answer, challenges to assumptions we have built our historical narratives upon. They wait in the desert sun of Bolivia, in the rolling hills of Turkey, in the chambers beneath the Egyptian sand, patient as only stone can be, holding their secrets until we develop the wisdom to ask the right questions. For now they serve as monuments to human possibility, evidence that our ancestors achieved things we struggle to duplicate today. Whether that achievement came from within human ingenuity or from contact with something beyond it, the lesson remains. We are capable of more than we know, and the past holds keys to futures we have not yet imagined. In seeking to understand these impossible architectures, we may discover not just how they were built, but why they were necessary, and what they were truly meant to accomplish in the grand design of civilizations that rise and fall like waves upon an endless shore. In the sterile corridors beneath the Smithsonian Institution, where the public never walks and camera lenses are not welcome, row upon row of storage cabinets hold artifacts that tell stories no textbook dares to print. Here, in climate-controlled chambers that smell of preservation chemicals and institutional silence, rest objects that challenge the carefully constructed timeline of human development. They are catalogued, photographed, and filed away with the bureaucratic efficiency of an organization that has perfected the art of managing inconvenient truths. The London Hammer sits in one such drawer, its wooden handle dark with age, its iron head bearing the unmistakable form of a modern claw hammer. Nothing unusual in that except for the limestone concretion that encases its base, rock that formed around the tool over geological ages when such implements should not have existed. Radioisotope analysis dates the surrounding stone to the Cretaceous period, 400 million years before the first human is supposed to have walked the earth. The hammer itself shows signs of having been manufactured, its head cast rather than forged, suggesting industrial processes that predate the Industrial Revolution by eons. Conventional archaeology dismisses such finds as intrusions, objects that somehow found their way into older sediment through natural processes like water action or root displacement. The explanations are reasonable, even probable, until one begins to count the instances. An aluminum object found in Austria, embedded in coal that formed 60 million years ago, decades before aluminum was isolated from ore by human science. A metallic sphere discovered in South Africa, one of hundreds pulled from 2.8 billion-year-old mineral deposits, its surface marked with fine parallel grooves that suggest machine tooling. A spark plug embedded in a geode near Olancha, California, its ceramic core and metallic components clearly artificial, yet found in rock formations that solidified 500,000 years ago. Each artifact by itself might be explained away, but collectively they form a pattern that mainstream science finds deeply uncomfortable. They are the forbidden archaeology, evidence that suggests our understanding of human history may be not just incomplete, but fundamentally incorrect. They hint at the presence of technological civilization at times and places where such sophistication should not have existed, forcing questions that threaten the orderly progression of textbook timelines. Walk through the storage areas of any major museum after hours, when the fluorescent lights hum in empty corridors and the only sounds are the whispers of climate control systems, and you begin to sense the weight of suppressed knowledge. Here a carved stone bearing inscriptions in no known script. There a metallic fragment showing evidence of advanced alloy composition, beyond what ancient metallurgy should have achieved. The objects exist, documented and catalogued, but they remain largely invisible to public view, relegated to storage areas that most researchers never visit. The institutional pressure to maintain established chronologies is subtle but pervasive. Graduate students learn early in their careers which discoveries will advance their prospects, and which will brand them as fringe theorists, effectively ending academic careers before they begin. Research funding flows toward projects that support existing models, while proposals that challenge fundamental assumptions find themselves rejected by peer review panels whose members have invested their entire professional lives in the current paradigm. Dr. Virginia Steen McIntyre discovered this pressure firsthand when her geological dating of artifacts at Hueyatlaco, Mexico, yielded results that placed human occupation of the site at 250,000 years ago, far earlier than accepted models of human migration to the Americas. Her careful analysis using multiple dating methods was ignored by colleagues, her findings suppressed, and her career effectively destroyed for reporting results that didn't fit the established timeline. Her experience illustrates the institutional mechanisms that keep inconvenient discoveries from reaching public awareness. The Koso artifact presents another case study in academic suppression. Discovered in 1961 by rock collectors near Olancha, California, the object appeared to be a 1920s spark plug encased in a geode that had formed around it over hundreds of thousands of years. X-ray analysis confirmed the presence of metallic components, ceramic insulation, and a design consistent with early automotive ignition systems. Yet the geological context suggested an age that predated the invention of the internal combustion engine by vast spans of time. Rather than investigate the anomaly thoroughly, the scientific community largely ignored the find. Museums declined to examine it. Academic papers refused to publish analysis, and the artifact itself disappeared into private collections where it could no longer challenge official timelines. The pattern repeats across dozens of similar discoveries. Initial excitement followed by institutional indifference and eventual suppression of inconvenient evidence. The Smithsonian Institution faces particular scrutiny from researchers who study suppressed archaeology. Founded in 1846 with the mission to increase the diffusion of knowledge, the Smithsonian has instead been accused of serving as a gatekeeper, controlling which discoveries reach public awareness and which disappear into vast storage facilities. The allegations are serious, that the institution has systematically suppressed evidence of advanced ancient civilizations, non-standard human remains, and artifacts that challenge conventional chronologies. Former Smithsonian employees have spoken anonymously of pressure to minimize or dismiss discoveries that don't fit established models. They describe a culture of academic orthodoxy where questioning fundamental assumptions is discouraged, and researchers who persist in investigating anomalous finds face subtle but effective professional sanctions. Documents obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests reveal instances where significant discoveries were classified or restricted from public access for reasons that remain unexplained. The controversy extends beyond individual artifacts to larger patterns in archaeological reporting. Sites that yield evidence of advanced ancient technology are often abandoned after initial excavation, their findings never published or presented in ways that obscure their significance. Major discoveries disappear from the archaeological record, becoming footnotes in obscure journals rather than the paradigm-shifting revelations they should represent. Consider the case of the Koso geode, where subsequent investigation might have resolved questions about its origin and age definitively. Instead, the artifact was allowed to disappear into private hands, making further scientific analysis impossible. This pattern repeats across numerous finds. Initial documentation followed by institutional amnesia, ensuring that challenging discoveries never accumulate enough evidence to force reconsideration of established timelines. Media coverage follows similar patterns, with science journalists relying on institutional authorities who have professional incentives to downplay discoveries that challenge their expertise. The result is a feedback loop where only discoveries that support existing models receive widespread attention, while anomalous finds are marginalized or ignored entirely. Yet the evidence continues to accumulate despite institutional resistance. Independent researchers, amateur archaeologists, and private collectors maintain networks that document suppressed discoveries and preserve evidence that might otherwise disappear. Their work, conducted outside traditional academic channels, keeps alive questions that established archaeology prefers to ignore. The pattern becomes clear when mapping these anomalous discoveries globally. They cluster around certain geographical regions, often in areas where mainstream archaeology has already documented evidence of sophisticated ancient cultures. The American Southwest, parts of South America, certain regions of Asia and Europe, all show higher concentrations of out-of-place artifacts and suppressed discoveries. This geographical clustering suggests the anomalies are not random intrusions but represent genuine archaeological phenomena that deserve serious investigation. The suppression pattern indicates institutional awareness that these discoveries pose significant challenges to established chronologies, challenges that would require fundamental revision of textbook history if acknowledged openly. The implications extend beyond archaeology into broader questions about how knowledge is controlled and disseminated in modern society. If evidence of advanced ancient civilizations has been systematically suppressed, what other discoveries have been kept from public awareness? How many times has human knowledge been filtered through institutional gatekeepers who prioritize established paradigms over inconvenient truths? The digital age has complicated these suppression efforts as independent researchers can now share findings through online networks that bypass traditional academic channels. Photographs, analysis reports, and documentation of suppressed discoveries circulate through communities that exist outside institutional control. The result is growing public awareness of the gap between official archaeological narratives and the evidence that challenges them. Private collectors play an increasingly important role in preserving forbidden artifacts that institutions refuse to study. Their collections, maintained outside academic oversight, preserve evidence that might otherwise disappear entirely. While this privatization of controversial archaeology creates its own problems making verification difficult and leaving important discoveries in unqualified hands, it also ensures that suppressed evidence remains available for future investigation. The economic incentives that drive archaeological suppression are rarely discussed openly, but profoundly influence which discoveries receive attention and funding. Archaeological careers are built on expertise in established chronologies, creating professional pressure to maintain existing models rather than challenge them. Textbook publishers, museum exhibitions, and educational curricula all depend on stable historical narratives that would require costly revision if fundamental assumptions were overturned. Tourism represents another economic factor, as historical sites generate revenue based on established narratives about their age and significance. Discoveries that challenge these narratives threaten the economic value of heritage tourism, creating pressure to suppress or reinterpret evidence that might confuse or discourage visitors. Religious and cultural considerations add another layer of resistance to paradigm-changing discoveries. Evidence of advanced ancient civilizations challenges both secular progressive narratives about human development and religious accounts of human origins. The result is an unlikely alliance between academic materialists and religious conservatives, both of whom have reasons to resist evidence that complicates simple linear narratives about human history. The suppression of forbidden archaeology represents a broader phenomenon where institutional knowledge management shapes public understanding of reality itself. By controlling which discoveries receive attention and which disappear into storage rooms, academic institutions effectively control the story humanity tells itself about its own past. This power carries profound responsibilities that are rarely acknowledged or discussed openly. Alternative research networks have developed their own methods for preserving and investigating suppressed discoveries, creating parallel archaeological traditions that operate outside academic oversight. These networks face their own challenges: lack of funding, limited access to advanced analytical techniques, and vulnerability to dismissal as pseudoscientific, but they serve an important function in preserving evidence that might otherwise be lost. The pattern of suppression extends to related fields where discoveries challenge established paradigms. Geology, paleontology, and anthropology all show similar patterns, where anomalous finds are marginalized or ignored when they don't fit prevailing models. The result is a systematic filtering of evidence that ensures public knowledge remains within comfortable boundaries, even when the evidence suggests reality is far more complex and mysterious than official narratives suggest. For researchers committed to following evidence wherever it leads, the suppression of forbidden archaeology represents both a challenge and an opportunity. The challenge lies in working outside established institutional frameworks that control funding, publication, and professional advancement. The opportunity lies in investigating questions that established archaeology has abandoned, potentially leading to discoveries that could revolutionize our understanding of human history. The digital preservation of suppressed discoveries ensures that future generations will have access to evidence that current institutions prefer to ignore. High-resolution photographs, detailed measurements, and analytical reports create permanent records that can survive institutional suppression. These archives may prove invaluable when paradigm shifts finally force reconsideration of suppressed evidence. The pattern of suppression also reveals the criteria that govern which discoveries receive attention and which disappear from view. Evidence that supports gradualist models of human development receives priority, while discoveries that suggest sudden leaps in capability or contact with advanced civilizations face systematic marginalization. Understanding these selection criteria helps identify which types of discoveries are most likely to face suppression and why. The forbidden archaeology represents more than a collection of anomalous artifacts. It constitutes evidence for alternative models of human development that challenge fundamental assumptions about our past. Whether these alternatives prove correct or not, they deserve serious investigation rather than institutional suppression. The systematic filtering of archaeological evidence based on theoretical preferences rather than empirical quality corrupts the scientific process and deprives humanity of potentially crucial knowledge about its own history. As institutional control over information dissemination weakens in the digital age, suppressed discoveries are finding new audiences through alternative media channels. This democratization of archaeological knowledge creates opportunities for independent investigation and analysis that bypass traditional gatekeeping mechanisms. The result may be a more complete and honest understanding of human history, even if that understanding proves more complex and mysterious than the simplified narratives currently taught in schools. The forbidden archaeology challenges us to question not just specific historical claims, but the entire apparatus of a knowledge control that determines what counts as acceptable evidence. In preserving and investigating these suppressed discoveries, researchers are not just conducting alternative archaeology, but challenging the institutional mechanisms that control how society understands its own past. The stakes extend beyond academic debates to fundamental questions about truth, evidence, and the right to knowledge that affects us all. In the archives of the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, where centuries of celestial observations sleep in leather-bound volumes, there exists a peculiar anomaly that few astronomers care to discuss. Tucked between the meticulous star charts of Halley and the navigation tables of Cook lies a single page of calculations, written in a hand that predates both men by over 1,000 years. The mathematics are precise, elegant and utterly impossible. They describe the orbital mechanics of planets that would not be discovered until telescopes powerful enough to see them were invented, and they do so with an accuracy that rivals our modern instruments. This page, catalogued simply as Manuscript Fragment 847, represents something far more troubling than a mere curiosity. It is one thread in a tapestry woven across continents and millennia, a pattern of knowledge that appears again and again in places where it should not exist, held by people who, according to our understanding of history, could never have possessed it. The thread runs from the limestone observatories of the Maya, where priest astronomers calculated the movements of Venus with breathtaking precision, to the desert temples of Babylon, where scholars tracked planetary cycles across spans of time that dwarf our modern attention spans. It weaves through the stone circles of Britain and Brittany, monuments aligned to stellar events invisible to the naked eye, and emerges in the oral traditions of African villages, where griots speak casually of double stars that were confirmed by our telescopes only decades ago. Stand beneath the dome at Chichen Itza as the equinox sun casts its serpent shadow down the steps of the Kukulkan Pyramid, and you witness more than architectural theatre. You see the product of minds that understood celestial mechanics with a sophistication that humbles our modern assumptions about the linear progress of human knowledge. The Maya calculated the length of the solar year to 365.242129 days, more accurate than the 365.2425 days of our Gregorian calendar. Their Venus tables predict the planet's heliacal rising and setting, with an error rate of less than 2 hours over a 500-year period. Such precision requires not just careful observation, but mathematical concepts and computational methods that we are told were unknown to the pre-Columbian Americas. Yet there it stands, carved in stone, indifferent to our bewilderment. The astronomers of Copan could predict lunar eclipses centuries in advance, while their contemporaries in Europe still believed such events were caused by dragons devouring the moon. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes, that slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes 26,000 years to complete, with calculations that suggest they had been observing and recording for far longer than their civilization was supposed to have existed. When questioned about the source of such knowledge, Mayan codices speak of the First Fathers, beings who descended from the stars to teach the fundamentals of time and space to those who would carry the burden of the calendar through the dark cycles ahead. The pattern deepens when we turn to Babylon, that ancient crossroads where the Euphrates whispers secrets to those patient enough to listen. In the ruins of Nebuchadnezzar's palace, archaeologists have uncovered clay tablets bearing ephemeris calculations that stretch across centuries. These are not rough approximations or mythological frameworks disguised as astronomy. They are precise mathematical models describing the motion of the moon, the wandering of Mercury, the retrograde loops of Mars against the star field. The Babylonian astronomers understood that planetary motion could be described through what we now call mathematical functions, using techniques that would not be rediscovered in Europe until the work of Newton and Kepler. One tablet, now residing in the British Museum, contains calculations for Jupiter's position that span 400 years into the future from the date of its creation. The margins are filled with corrections and refinements, as though generations of astronomers had been updating an ancient masterwork. But what captivates those who study these tablets is not just their accuracy, it is their sudden appearance in the historical record. They emerge fully formed, without the expected trail of development, false starts, and gradual refinement that should mark the birth of any complex intellectual achievement. It is as though the knowledge was transplanted whole from some other source, then adapted to Babylonian notation and language. The whispers grow stronger when we venture into the mist-shrouded landscapes of Britain and Ireland, where our ancestors raised stones in patterns that seem to capture the very architecture of the heavens. Stonehenge draws millions of visitors each year, but few pause to consider the astronomical sophistication required to align its massive trilithons with the subtle celestial events they frame. The monument tracks not just the obvious cycles of sun and moon, but the 18.6-year oscillation of lunar standstill positions, the variations in moonrise and moonset that require decades of careful observation to fully understand. The builders demonstrated knowledge of celestial mechanics that our own astronomers did not possess until the age of precision instrumentation. More disturbing still are the alignments that point to stars that should have been invisible from Britain at the time of construction. The long axis of the monument aligns with the rising of Spica, but only as it would have appeared over 10,000 years ago, suggesting either that Stonehenge is far older than archaeologists believe, or that its builders possessed knowledge of stellar precession that allowed them to calculate backwards through time to determine where certain stars had been in ages past. The heelstone frames the summer solstice sunrise, but it also aligns with the ancient position of Vega, the pole star of 12,000 BCE, as though the monument was designed to honour not just the celestial mechanics of its own era, but the deep time patterns of the stars themselves. In the shadow of these stone sentinels one begins to sense the presence of what the ancients called the antediluvian library, not a physical collection of scrolls and tablets, but a stream of knowledge that flows beneath the surface of recorded history, surfacing at unexpected moments in unexpected places. This library speaks of times before the flood, before the great forgetting that wiped clean the slate of human achievement and forced the survivors to begin again with fragments of what once was whole. In the traditions of cultures across the globe, this library is guarded by those who remember, passed down through initiate lines and mystery schools, emerging into the light only when the world is ready to receive particular pieces of the larger pattern. The Vedic texts of ancient India speak openly of this preservation, describing vast repositories of knowledge maintained through cosmic cycles of creation and destruction. The Puranas tell of libraries that exist outside of time, accessible to those who can navigate the subtle realms where consciousness intersects with information itself. But these texts do more than preserve abstract philosophy. They contain technical descriptions that read like manuals for technologies we're only beginning to understand. The Vaimanika Shastra describes in precise detail the construction and operation of flying machines called vimanas, aircraft powered by mercury vortex engines and guided by devices that modern engineers recognize as gyroscopic navigation systems. These are not the vague imaginings of primitive minds projecting their spiritual yearnings onto mechanical metaphors. The texts specify metallurgical processes, describe the behavior of mercury under electromagnetic fields, and detail propulsion systems based on principles that Tesla and Einstein would have recognized. The descriptions include different classes of aircraft, some designed for atmospheric flight, others for travel through what the texts call the solar wind, and still others for journeys between worlds. The vimanas of the gods are said to move without sound, casting no shadow, capable of becoming invisible at the will of their operators. When we read these accounts today, they sound less like mythology and more like classified military documents describing technologies that remain beyond our current capabilities. Walk into the Nazca Desert at dawn, when the morning light turns the pampa into a canvas of gold and shadow, and the mystery of ancient aviation takes on a more immediate presence. Here, etched into the desert floor with mathematical precision, sprawl the famous lines, not random scratches in the earth, but carefully surveyed geoglyphs that stretch for miles across the plateau. From ground level, they appear to be nothing more than cleared pathways, but viewed from the air they reveal themselves as enormous drawings, visible only from an altitude no human was supposed to have achieved until the age of powered flight. The spider spans over 150 feet, each leg proportioned with the accuracy of a scientific diagram. The hummingbird stretches nearly 300 feet, its wings positioned in perfect aerodynamic balance. The monkey, the condor, the pelican, each drawn with a knowledge of animal anatomy that suggests close observation from angles that should have been impossible to achieve. But it is not just the individual figures that captivate. It is the lines themselves, the geometric forms that crisscross the desert like a vast computational diagram laid out upon the earth. Some lines run perfectly straight for over 30 miles, maintaining their orientation with a precision that challenges even modern surveying techniques. Others intersect at angles that correspond to significant astronomical alignments, creating a kind of calendar written in the landscape itself. Standing at the edge of this ancient aerodrome, for that is what some researchers believe it to be, one cannot escape the impression that the Nazca lines were designed to be seen from above. The local oral traditions speak matter-of-factly of the ancient ones who could fly, describing them not as gods or spirits, but as teachers who came from the sky to share knowledge with those who were ready to receive it. The traditions describe landing strips and navigation markers, precisely what one might expect to find if the lines were indeed part of an ancient aerial navigation system. Whether the aircraft were mechanical devices like the Vimanas of India or represented some other technology entirely, the evidence carved into the desert speaks of a sophistication that our timelines of human development struggle to accommodate. The technological mysteries deepen when we turn to artifacts that sit uneasily in museum collections, objects that challenge our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient craftsmen. In the Baghdad Museum, before the chaos of recent decades scattered its collections, there resided a clay jar that archaeologists had politely ignored for decades. Dating to approximately 250 BCE, the jar contained a copper cylinder surrounding an iron rod, the whole assembly sealed with bitumen. When reconstructed and filled with grape juice or vinegar, the device produces a measurable electric current, making it the world's oldest known battery-predating Volta's experiments by over 2,000 years. The Baghdad battery, as it came to be known, was not unique. Similar devices have been found throughout Mesopotamia, usually in contexts that suggest they were used for electroplating, the deposition of thin layers of precious metals onto base metal objects. The precision of some surviving artifacts, jewellery and decorative objects with gold plating so fine and uniform that it rivals modern industrial processes suggests that ancient craftsmen had not only discovered electrochemical principles, but had refined them to a high art. Yet nowhere in the historical record do we find descriptions of this technology. It appears in the archaeological record fully developed, then vanishes as completely as though it had never existed. The metallurgical mysteries extend beyond electroplating to the legendary Damascus steel, whose production methods have become one of history's most tantalizing lost arts. Forged in the workshops of Damascus and other Middle Eastern cities between 300 and 1700 CE, these blades possessed qualities that modern science struggles to replicate. The steel was not merely sharp, it maintained its edge through countless battles while displaying a flexibility that allowed the blade to bend without breaking. Most remarkably, the finished blades displayed distinctive watered patterns, flowing designs that seemed to be built into the very structure of the metal itself. Modern metallurgical analysis reveals that Damascus steel contained carbon nanotubes, microscopic structures that were not discovered by Western science until the late 20th century. The steel also incorporated vanadium and other trace elements, in proportions that enhance the crystal structure of the iron, creating a composite material that combines the hardness of high-carbon steel with the resilience of wrought iron. The techniques required to achieve such precise elemental control should have been beyond the capabilities of medieval metalworkers, yet the blades exist, their superiority acknowledged even by those who cannot explain how they were made. The knowledge vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. By 1700, the last smiths capable of producing true Damascus steel had died, taking their secrets to the grave. Modern attempts to recreate the process, backed by advanced material science and electron microscopy, have produced approximations but never quite captured the full properties of the original. It is as though the ancient smiths possessed not just technical knowledge, but an understanding of materials that operated on levels we have yet to fathom. Some scholars suggest that the knowledge was deliberately concealed, passed down through guild lineages that preferred to let their art die, rather than see it misused by unworthy hands. The pattern of vanished knowledge emerges again in the star lore of the Dogon people of West Africa, where astronomical traditions preserved in oral culture have confounded ethnographers since the 1940s. In their ceremonial dances and ritual carvings, the Dogon displayed detailed knowledge of the star Sirius that was not confirmed by Western astronomy until the age of space-based telescopes. They speak of Sirius B, the white dwarf companion star that orbits the bright star we see in the night sky, describing its 50-year orbital period, its incredible density, and its crucial role in the Sirius system. They know that it is white in colour, that it is made of matter heavier than anything found on Earth, and that despite its small size it exerts a gravitational influence that affects the motion of the brighter star. This knowledge would be impressive in any context, but it becomes truly extraordinary when we realise that Sirius B cannot be seen without powerful telescopes. The star was not photographed until 1970, and its properties were not fully understood until satellite-based X-ray astronomy revealed the complex dynamics of the Sirius system. Yet the Dogon have preserved this information in their traditions for at least 4 centuries, and they claim the knowledge is much older, passed down from teachers from Sirius who visited Earth in the distant past to share wisdom with selected human groups. The Dogon describe these teachers, whom they call the Nommo, as amphibious beings who came from the water of Sirius to establish schools of knowledge that would preserve essential information through the dark periods when such wisdom might otherwise be lost. The Nommo are said to have taught not just astronomy, but agriculture, architecture, and the principles of social organization that allow civilizations to endure across generations without falling into the cycles of rise and collapse that mark so much of human history. Most remarkably, the Dogon traditions include drawings and carvings that depict spacecraft and technological devices created centuries before the space age gave us a context for understanding such imagery. When questioned about the source of their astronomical knowledge, Dogon elders do not speak in metaphorical terms. They describe the Nommo as physical beings who arrived in physical craft, established physical schools, and left behind physical evidence of their presence. They point to specific locations where this contact occurred, describe the construction and operation of the visitors' technology, and maintain that the Nommo continue to monitor human development, preparing for a time when contact can be renewed openly. To the Western mind, such claims invite skepticism, but the accuracy of the astronomical information preserved in Dogon traditions suggests that, whatever the source of their knowledge, it originated from observations and calculations far beyond the capabilities of medieval African astronomers working with the naked eye. The threads of impossible knowledge weave together most provocatively in the realm of cartography, where medieval maps display information that should not have been available to their creators. The Peri-Race map of 1513, drawn by an Ottoman admiral and based on older sources that have since been lost, shows the coastline of Antarctica with startling accuracy. The continent was not officially discovered until 1820, and its ice-free coastline was not mapped until the 1950s using seismic techniques that can penetrate the ice sheet. Yet the Peri-Race map shows not the ice-covered Antarctica that early explorers encountered, but the continent as it would appear if the ice were removed, complete with mountain ranges, rivers, and coastal features that match modern geological surveys. The map's annotations, written in Turkish, indicate that Piri-Reis compiled his chart from over 20 source maps, some of which he claimed dated to the time of Alexander the Great. The admiral wrote that his ancient sources showed lands that were warm and inhabited, but had since become covered with ice, suggesting that the original cartographers had recorded Antarctica during a period when its climate was very different from today. Geological evidence confirms that Antarctica was indeed ice-free in the distant past, but this was millions of years ago, long before humans existed to map its coastlines. Either the Piri-Race map preserves information from a civilization far more ancient than any we know of, or its creators had access to knowledge obtained through means we do not understand. Similar anomalies appear in other medieval maps. The Orontius Phineus map of 1531 shows Antarctica as an ice-free continent with internal mountain ranges and river systems that match modern sub-ice topographical surveys. The Mercator map of 1569 depicts Arctic regions with an accuracy that was not achieved by official exploration until centuries later. The Zeno map of 1380 shows Greenland's ice-free coastline in detail that would not be confirmed until the 20th century. In each case, the cartographers cited ancient sources that have since vanished, leaving us with precise geographic information that appears to have been recorded by unknown observers in periods when such detailed mapping should have been impossible. The pattern extends beyond geography to encompass technologies and sciences that flicker briefly in the historical record before disappearing again into obscurity. Greek fire, the incendiary weapon that gave the Byzantine Empire a crucial military advantage for centuries, burned even on water and could not be extinguished by conventional means. The exact composition of this substance was such a closely guarded secret that it was known only to a select few, and when the Byzantine Empire fell, the knowledge died with its creators. Modern chemical analysis of residues suggests it was a form of napalm or thermite, requiring sophisticated understanding of chemistry and metallurgy. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a Roman shipwreck and dating to the 1st century BCE, represents a level of mechanical sophistication that was not seen again until the development of astronomical clocks in medieval Europe. The device is an analog computer capable of predicting the positions of the sun, moon, and planets decades into the future, using gear trains and differential mechanisms that display a mastery of precision engineering. X-ray analysis reveals internal components of such complexity that researchers are still working to understand all of its functions. The mechanism suggests that ancient Greek craftsmen possessed not just theoretical knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, but the practical skills necessary to translate that knowledge into working mechanical devices. What unites all these scattered pieces of evidence is their sudden appearance in cultures that show no prior development of the requisite knowledge, and their equally sudden disappearance, often leaving no trace in the historical record of how they were achieved. It is as though advanced information periodically surfaces in human civilization, flourishes briefly, then submerges again beneath the current of everyday knowledge. This pattern suggests either that human capabilities have fluctuated far more dramatically than our standard histories acknowledge, or that our ancestors had access to sources of information that remain mysterious to us. In the traditions of many cultures, these sources have names and faces. They are the teachers who came from the stars, the watchers who emerged from beneath the earth, the survivors of civilizations destroyed by flood and fire, who preserved essential knowledge through the dark ages that followed. Whether these figures represent contact with non-human intelligence, the remnants of an advanced terrestrial civilization that was lost to catastrophe, or the projection of human wisdom onto mythological frameworks, their consistent presence in global traditions suggests that they fulfill some essential function in the preservation and transmission of knowledge across the generations. The question that haunts those who study these mysteries is whether the knowledge systems of the ancient world represent the high watermark of independent human achievement, or whether they preserve fragments of a much larger understanding that has been largely lost to us. If the latter, then our current scientific revolution may not be the first flowering of human knowledge, but merely the latest iteration of a cycle that has played out before, possibly many times, in the deep history of our species. Standing in the pre-dawn darkness of an observatory, surrounded by instruments capable of peering to the edge of the visible universe, one cannot help but feel a strange kinship with the astronomers of Babylon and Maya, who worked with nothing but their eyes and their mathematics to unlock the secrets of celestial motion. Their achievements remind us that human ingenuity and persistence can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles, but they also hint at depths of knowledge that we may have forgotten how to access. In their star maps and calculations, their impossible metals and vanished technologies, we glimpse not just what they knew, but what we might yet remember. The ancient knowledge systems stand as monuments to human potential, but they also serve as mirrors, reflecting our own assumptions about the nature of progress and the possibilities of consciousness itself. They challenge us to consider whether the boundaries we perceive between mind and matter, between the known and the unknowable, are as fixed as we believe them to be. And in that challenge lies perhaps the greatest mystery of all, not what the ancients knew, but how they came to know it, and whether those pathways to understanding remain open to those who have the patience and the wisdom to follow where they lead. In the sterile corridors of the International Continental Scientific Drilling Program, where core samples from the deepest reaches of our planet rest in climate-controlled archives, there exists a peculiar silence. Not the absence of sound machines hum constantly, maintaining the precise conditions that preserve these cylindrical libraries of Earth's memory, but the silence of unasked questions, of patterns left unexplored, of anomalies filed away rather than investigated. Here, in these repositories of stone and ice that stretch back through geological ages, lies evidence that could rewrite our understanding of intelligence on this planet. Yet most of it sleeps undisturbed, categorized according to theories that leave little room for the impossible. The Silurian hypothesis, proposed by astrophysicist Gavin Schmidt, and named for a fictional species from Doctor Who, poses a question that should haunt every geologist. If an industrial civilization had arisen on Earth millions of years ago, what traces would remain for us to find? The mathematics of deep time are sobering. Our own industrial age spans perhaps 3 centuries, a geological eye blink. Our cities, our roads, our most permanent monuments would vanish entirely within a few million years, ground to dust by weather, buried beneath sediment, or consumed by the slow recycling of tectonic activity. The very bedrock beneath our feet tells the story of countless worlds that have already been erased, mountains reduced to sand, continents rearranged like pieces on a cosmic chessboard. Stand in the drilling facility at Lake Vostok in Antarctica, where researchers have penetrated 2 miles through ancient ice to reach waters that have been sealed for 15 million years, and consider what survives. The ice cores pulled from these depths contain the atmosphere itself, trapped in crystalline time capsules that preserve the exact composition of air from ages when our ancestors had not yet dreamed of fire. Yet even here, in the most pristine archive our planet offers, the record is incomplete. Entire epochs are compressed into thin layers, volcanic eruptions and meteor impacts marked by dark stripes no thicker than a sheet of paper. If a civilization had flourished and fallen in the space between 2 such stripes, what evidence would remain? The unsettling answer is, perhaps none that we would recognize. Our archaeological methods are calibrated to find what we expect: pottery shards, metal tools, the detritus of societies similar to our own. But what if a previous civilization had developed along entirely different lines? What if they had mastered biotechnology instead of metallurgy, growing their tools rather than forging them? What if their greatest achievements were made of materials that returned to the Earth completely, leaving no fossil signature? We would walk through their former domains as blind as cave fish, perceiving only the shadows our limited senses can interpret. Yet there are whispers in the stone, anomalies that suggest the geological record may not be as straightforward as our textbooks proclaim. In coal seams across the globe, miners have discovered objects that challenge our understanding of when human technology first appeared. The famous Illinois coal nail, found embedded in a seam dated to 300 million years ago. The metallic cup extracted from a coal mine in Oklahoma, its material composition unknown to any metallurgist who examined it. The delicate chain recovered from coal in Morrisonville, Illinois, its links too fine and regular to be natural, yet found in strata that predate the appearance of complex life by hundreds of millions of years. Conventional geology dismisses these as recent intrusions objects that somehow found their way into ancient deposits through cracks or mining activity. The explanations are reasonable, even probable, until one begins to count the instances and map their distribution. Too many anomalies, in too many locations, discovered by too many independent observers to be easily explained away. Either our dating methods are fundamentally flawed, or the history of intelligence on this planet is far more complex than we have dared to imagine. The isotope signatures preserved in the geological record tell their own story, one written in the language of atomic ratios and chemical traces. Industrial civilization leaves distinctive marks: elevated levels of carbon dioxide and methane, unusual concentrations of rare earth elements, isotope ratios that differ from natural processes. These signatures can persist for millions of years, recorded in sedimentary layers like the chemical fossils of vanished worlds. When we examine the geological record for such anomalies, we find them spikes in atmospheric composition, unusual mineral concentrations, isotope ratios that suggest large-scale industrial processes, operating at times when no known life existed capable of such activities. The Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum 56 million years ago shows carbon isotope signatures remarkably similar to those produced by massive fossil fuel burning. The official explanation involves natural carbon release from methane hydrates or volcanic activity, but the rapidity and scale of the event mirrors what industrial civilization might produce if allowed to run unchecked. During the Permian extinction, 252 million years ago, the fossil record shows evidence of massive environmental disruption, not just volcanic activity, but chemical signatures that some researchers quietly suggest could indicate industrial pollution on a global scale. These are dangerous thoughts in academic circles, career-ending speculations that challenge the fundamental assumptions upon which entire disciplines are built. Yet in the quiet moments between conferences, in the margins of unpublished papers, in conversations that never make it into peer-reviewed journals, the questions persist. What if the Great Dyings were not entirely natural? What if some were the result of civilizations that grew too quickly, consumed too much, and collapsed under the weight of their own success? The ocean floors hold their own secrets, buried beneath miles of sediment in the abyssal plains where no light has ever penetrated. We have explored less than 5% of our planet's seafloor, leaving vast territories unmapped and unexamined. In the deepest trenches where tectonic plates grind against each other in slow geological warfare, the evidence of ancient worlds may lie preserved in conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth. Here, the cold and pressure could maintain organic compounds and metal structures far longer than surface conditions would allow. Here, entire civilizations might rest in perfect preservation, waiting for the right explorer with the right equipment to break through the sedimentary shroud. Recent sonar mapping of the ocean floor has revealed structures that defy easy categorization. Geometric formations too regular to be natural, arranged in patterns that suggest deliberate construction. The Baltic Sea anomaly, discovered by deep-sea treasure hunters, sits on the seafloor like a crash spacecraft, its cylindrical form and smooth surfaces bearing no resemblance to known geological formations. Official explanations describe it as an unusual rock formation, but the electromagnetic properties of the site interfere with electronic equipment in ways that natural stone should not. In the Pacific, similar anomalies appear on sonar readings. Massive structures buried beneath sediment layers, their edges too sharp and angles too precise to be random. The difficulty of deep-sea investigation means these formations remain largely unexamined, their nature left to speculation. Yet their very existence forces uncomfortable questions about what might lie hidden in the 95% of our ocean floor that remains unexplored. The challenge of preserving evidence across geological time is immense but not impossible. Under the right conditions, extreme cold, anoxic environments, rapid burial, even delicate materials can survive for millions of years. The Burgess Shale preserves soft tissues from the Cambrian period, showing us creatures that would have vanished entirely if not for the exceptional circumstances of their preservation. If such conditions could preserve the internal organs of primitive arthropods for 500 million years, they could certainly preserve the artifacts of an advanced civilization buried under similar circumstances. The polar ice caps represent another kind of archive, one we're only beginning to understand. Beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, radar has revealed vast lake systems, some larger than Lake Superior, sealed beneath miles of ice for millions of years. These subglacial environments maintain liquid water through geothermal heating, creating unique ecosystems that have evolved in isolation since the ice first formed. Recent drilling into Lake Whillans has revealed microbial life forms unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth, raising the possibility that these sealed environments might harbour not just exotic biology, but the remnants of surface civilizations entombed when the ice advanced. The drilling operations themselves tell stories that never make it into official reports. Workers describe core samples that show unusual layering, sediments that contain fragments of clearly artificial materials embedded in strata millions of years old. These samples disappear into storage facilities, their locations classified, their implications never investigated. The pattern repeats across polar research stations. Anomalous findings filed away, researchers reassigned to other projects, questions left permanently unanswered. Mass extinction events punctuate Earth's history like periods at the end of violent sentences. The official count lists 5 major extinctions and numerous smaller ones, each attributed to natural causes, asteroid impacts, volcanic eruptions, climate change. Yet when examined closely, some of these events show characteristics that could indicate artificial causation. The Permian extinction, which eliminated 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrates, occurred with a rapidity that suggests catastrophic system failure rather than gradual environmental change. The chemical signatures preserved in the boundary layers of these extinction events sometimes show evidence of industrial compounds, complex hydrocarbons, unusual metal concentrations, isotope ratios that mirror what we might expect from large-scale technological processes. The Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, famous for the asteroid impact that ended the dinosaurs, also shows trace evidence of rare Earth elements in concentrations that some quietly suggest could indicate advanced technology being vaporized along with everything else. These extinction events often coincide with dramatic changes in atmospheric composition, not just the addition of dust and debris, but alterations in the fundamental chemistry of air and water that suggest industrial processes operating on a planetary scale. The assumption that guides our interpretation of the geological record that life progressed linearly from simple to complex, with intelligence appearing only recently, may be the very blind spot that prevents us from seeing evidence of previous intelligence. We look for technologies similar to our own, expecting to find metal tools and concrete structures in forms we recognize. But a civilization that had millions of years to develop might have moved beyond such crude materials, mastering technologies that work with natural processes rather than against them. Biological engineering could produce structures indistinguishable from natural formations after sufficient time. Genetic manipulation could create organisms that serve technological functions while remaining completely organic. Energy systems that tap directly into planetary forces would leave no fossil fuel signatures, no strip mines, no industrial waste. Such a civilization could thrive for geological ages and vanish without a trace that our current methods could detect. The timescales involved challenge human comprehension. Our recorded history spans perhaps 5,000 years. Our industrial age, the period that would leave the clearest geological signature, spans less than 300 years. Earth's history stretches back 4.6 billion years, a span so vast that our entire existence occupies less than 0.01% of the planet's timeline. In that immense expanse, there was time for intelligence to arise, flourish, and disappear hundreds of times without leaving traces we could recognize. Consider the mathematics. If a technological civilization arose every 100 million years and lasted for 10 million years at its peak, there could have been 45 such civilizations in Earth's history, each lasting longer than the entire history of complex life as we know it. Their traces would be scattered across geological strata like breadcrumbs in an endless library, separated by such vast spans of time that connecting them would require investigation spanning multiple academic lifetimes. The few researchers willing to pursue these questions face institutional pressure that effectively ends careers. Grant applications mentioning pre-human industrial civilizations are rejected without review. Papers proposing anomalous interpretations of geological data are declined by journals whose editorial boards have no patience for challenges to fundamental assumptions. The scientific establishment, for all its proclaimed openness to new ideas, guards certain territories with remarkable ferocity. Yet the evidence continues to accumulate despite official indifference. Independent researchers, working outside academic institutions, compile databases of anomalous findings, the out-of-place artifacts, the unusual isotope signatures, the geological formations that don't fit standard models. Their work, dismissed by mainstream science, preserves possibilities that might otherwise vanish into the memory hole of institutional forgetfulness. The ocean trenches, those deepest wounds in Earth's crust, may hold the most important evidence. Here, where tectonic plates slide beneath each other in the process of subduction, the seafloor itself is recycled, carrying whatever lies upon it deep into the mantle. But the process is slow, taking millions of years to complete. In the early stages of subduction, massive sediment piles accumulate, burying whatever lies beneath under miles of debris while preserving it in conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth. Recent deep-sea exploration has revealed these subduction zones to be far more geologically active than previously understood. Underwater mountain ranges, volcanic systems, and vast sedimentary plains stretch for thousands of miles, in regions that have never been systematically explored. The few samples recovered from these depths show mineral compositions that don't match surface geology, suggesting processes or origins that remain mysterious. The technology required to explore these regions effectively deep-sea drilling rigs, submersibles capable of reaching the deepest ocean trenches, processing systems that could analyze samples under the extreme conditions where they're found, exists, but remains largely unused for archaeological purposes. The assumption that nothing of interest lies in these regions becomes self-fulfilling, ensuring that potential evidence remains buried beneath miles of sediment and kilometers of water. Climate data preserved in geological formations shows that Earth's atmosphere and temperature have fluctuated far more dramatically than previously understood. Ice ages and warming periods alternate with a regularity that suggests external forcing, but the exact mechanisms remain unclear. Some of these climate shifts occurred with startling rapidity, global temperature changes of 10 degrees or more within decades rather than millennia. Such rapid climate changes could result from natural causes, volcanic eruptions, asteroid impacts, changes in solar radiation, but they could also result from industrial activity operating on a planetary scale. Civilizations whose energy use and waste production affected global systems in ways that ultimately caused their collapse. The chemical signatures of these rapid climate shifts sometimes show evidence of atmospheric compositions that don't match any known natural process. The chemical signatures of these rapid climate shifts sometimes show evidence of atmospheric compositions that don't match any known natural process. The preservation of these chemical signals in ice cores, sediment layers, and fossil formations provides a record that extends back millions of years. Within this record are anomalies, periods when atmospheric composition changed in ways that mirror what our own industrial civilization is doing to the planet's chemistry. The assumption that these anomalies represent natural variations may be correct, but it remains an assumption, one that closes off investigation into alternative explanations. The geological record, vast and detailed as it is, represents only a fraction of Earth's history. Erosion has destroyed countless rock formations that might have preserved evidence from ancient eras. Tectonic activity has buried entire continents beneath other continents, sealing away geological strata that might contain crucial evidence. Volcanic activity has melted and reformed vast regions, erasing whatever record they might have contained. What survives is bias towards certain types of preservation and certain geographic regions. The geological formations we can access and study represent perhaps 1% of the total rock record that once existed. The rest has been recycled by the planet's own processes, ground up and reformed into new stone that bears no trace of its previous form. If evidence of previous civilizations exists, it would be scattered through this vast, mostly inaccessible archive like individual pages torn from an enormous book and distributed randomly through a library the size of a planet. The investigation of these possibilities requires not just new technology, but new ways of thinking about evidence and time. Current archaeological methods assume that significant discoveries will be found relatively close to the surface, within reach of conventional excavation. But if previous civilizations existed millions of years ago, their remnants would be buried under geological formations that require industrial-scale drilling to access. The infrastructure needed for such investigation deep drilling rigs, core analysis facilities, databases capable of handling geological-scale pattern recognition, exists primarily in the petroleum and mining industries. Academic archaeology lacks the resources to investigate possibilities that might require drilling through miles of rock to reach strata old enough to contain pre-human civilizations. The result is a fundamental mismatch between the scale of the question and the tools available to answer it. As we stand at the edge of these vast temporal abysses, peering into Earth's deep past through the fragmentary evidence preserved in stone and ice, we must confront an uncomfortable truth. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The geological record, for all its apparent comprehensiveness, is riddled with gaps, biased towards certain types of preservation, and interpreted through assumptions that may blind us to possibilities we have never seriously considered. The question is not whether previous civilizations definitely existed. The evidence for that remains fragmentary and disputed. The question is whether we are asking the right questions, looking in the right places, and remaining open to the possibility that intelligence on Earth has a far longer and more complex history than our current model suggests. In a universe where the unexpected has become routine, where every new discovery forces us to revise our understanding of what is possible, the idea that we are the first and only technological civilization on this planet may prove to be the most extraordinary claim of all. In the hushed archives of the British Museum, where ancient tablets rest in climate-controlled cases like fragments of broken dreams, there exists a peculiar phenomenon that archaeologists rarely discuss in public forums: flood myths. Not one or two isolated stories from neighbouring cultures, but hundreds of them, scattered across continents that were supposedly isolated from each other for millennia. Each culture tells essentially the same story: a great deluge that destroyed the world, survivors who preserved knowledge and life, and a new beginning that emerged from the waters of catastrophe. The Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh speaks of Utnapishtim, warned by the gods to build an ark before the flood consumed everything. The Hebrew Bible tells of Noah chosen to preserve life through 40 days and nights of divine wrath. In Hindu tradition, Manu receives warning from Vishnu to build a great boat before the waters rise. The Aztecs remember Coxcox, who escaped the flood in a cypress log. Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime speaks of Nganynuwanka, the great flood serpent whose movements drowned the ancient world. The list continues across 5 continents, over 500 distinct cultural groups, all preserving the memory of the same catastrophic event with startling consistency. But these are not merely stories of water rising. They are memories of a reset, a moment when one age ended and another began, and embedded within them are details that challenge our understanding of what ancient peoples could have known. The Babylonian account describes the flood as lasting precisely 150 days, matching the timeline in Genesis despite the cultures having no known contact during the period when these texts were composed. Mayan flood myths speak of the destruction of previous worlds, complete with astronomical calculations that align with known cycles of cosmic catastrophe. The patterns are too specific, too mathematically precise to be coincidental invention. Stand in the manuscript room of the Vatican Secret Archives, where scholars with special clearance examine texts that have never been translated for public consumption, and you encounter something even more unsettling: cross-references between flood accounts that shouldn't exist, shared terminology and languages that developed in supposed isolation, and most disturbing of all, technical details about the nature of the catastrophe that ancient peoples should not have possessed. References to fire from the sky, the earth shaking like a leaf in the wind, and waters that rose from below as well as from above, describe a complex disaster scenario that sounds less like divine punishment and more like geological catastrophe on a scale we're only beginning to understand. The flood myths are merely the most obvious example of what researchers quietly call impossible convergence. Stories so similar across isolated cultures that conventional explanations strain credibility. Consider the universal myth of the Golden Age, that remembered time when humanity lived in harmony with nature and each other before something went wrong and paradise was lost. The Greeks called it the Age of Kronos, when mortals lived like gods without toil or sorrow. Hindu cosmology describes the Satya Yuga, the age of truth when Dharma walked on 4 legs and suffering was unknown. Norse mythology speaks of the time before Ragnarok, when the gods dwelt in peace and the tree Yggdrasil sheltered all the worlds. Aboriginal Australians remember the dream time when ancestor spirits walked the earth and every act was in harmony with the natural order. These are not vague metaphors for a better past. They contain specific details about the nature of that golden time. Humans lived much longer lives, possibly centuries. The earth was more fertile and required less labour to yield abundance. There was direct communication between humans and divine beings. Knowledge was shared freely rather than hoarded, and technology existed that worked in harmony with natural forces rather than against them. Most intriguingly, many of these accounts specify that this golden age ended not through gradual decline, but through a specific catastrophic event that forced the divine beings to withdraw and left humanity to struggle alone. The withdrawal of the gods is itself a universal theme that points to something more than mythological fancy. In Mesopotamian traditions, the Anunnaki, those who came from heaven to earth, eventually departed, leaving behind only traces of their presence and the knowledge they had shared. In Egyptian mythology, the Neteru, the divine principles that once walked among mortals, retreated to hidden realms, maintaining contact only through selected intermediaries. Mesoamerican cultures speak of Quetzalcoatl and other feathered serpent gods who promise to return in times of great change. Hindu texts describe the departure of the devas to higher dimensional realms, though they maintain subtle influence through natural laws and occasional incarnations. The consistency of this departure narrative across isolated cultures suggests either a shared historical experience or contact with the same external source. But the most intriguing aspect is what these traditions say about the beings who departed. They are described not as abstract spiritual entities, but as teachers with specific knowledge: agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy, mathematics, architecture, medicine, and governance. They are credited with establishing the first cities, teaching the first writing systems, and providing the foundational technologies that allowed civilization to develop beyond hunter-gatherer status. In Tibetan monasteries, where butter lamps flicker before ancient murals depicting impossible aerial craft, monks still speak matter-of-factly of the sky boats that once carried their teacher gods between the mountain peaks and the stars. These are not metaphors in their telling. They describe vehicles of specific design and capability, disc-shaped craft that moved without sound, generated their own light, and could carry their occupants through the air with ease. The similarities between these Tibetan accounts and the Vimanas described in Sanskrit texts thousands of miles away are too precise to be independent invention. Both traditions speak of craft powered by mercury vortex engines, guided by crystalline devices that responded to mental commands, and capable of both atmospheric and spaceflight. The Watchers, known by different names across every tradition, emerge as perhaps the most consistent element in humanity's collective memory. Called the Grigori in Hebrew tradition, the Anunnaki in Sumerian lore, the Neteru in Egyptian cosmology, the Devas in Hindu texts, and the sky gods in cultures from the Americas to Australia, these beings share remarkably similar characteristics. They are described as tall, luminous, possessed of great knowledge, and originally benevolent in their interactions with humanity. Yet every tradition also preserves the memory of something going wrong. The Watchers begin to interfere too directly in human affairs, taking wives from among mortal women, sharing knowledge that proves dangerous in unprepared hands. Their children, the giants of old, become a problem that requires intervention. The Book of Enoch describes this forbidden mixture in detail, as does the Sumerian king list with its references to rulers of impossible longevity and stature. Hindu texts speak of the Rakshasas, powerful beings born from the union of gods and mortals, who eventually turned against both their parents' peoples. These hybrid offspring are remembered not as monsters, but as beings of great capability who lacked the wisdom to use their power responsibly. The war in heaven is perhaps the most dramatic element in this universal narrative, and the most difficult to dismiss as mere mythology. From the rebellion of Lucifer in Christian tradition to the battle between the Devas and Asuras in Hindu cosmology, from the war between the gods and giants in Norse mythology to the struggle between Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca in Aztec lore, every major tradition preserves the memory of a cosmic conflict that ultimately resulted in the defeated faction being cast down or bound in hidden places. The victorious forces withdrew from direct involvement with humanity, leaving only indirect guidance through natural law and occasional intervention, What makes these accounts remarkable is their technical consistency. The weapons described in these cosmic wars are not primitive clubs or swords, but devices that manipulate energy, weather, and geological forces. The Mahabharata's descriptions of weapons that could vaporize entire armies, create artificial droughts or floods, and generate heat capable of melting stone sound less like ancient mythology and more like classified military technology. Similar weapons appear in texts from cultures that supposedly had no contact with ancient India, described in language that suggests direct observation rather than imaginative embellishment. The aftermath of this war is equally consistent across traditions. The Earth bears scars from the conflict's strange geological formations, areas of unusual radioactivity, regions where nothing grows despite fertile soil elsewhere. The defeated faction is bound in the earth, or beneath the mountains, not destroyed but imprisoned, awaiting a time when they might emerge again. The victorious forces establish a new order that includes specific prohibitions against the knowledge and practices that led to the original conflict. Humanity is left to develop within carefully maintained boundaries, guided by natural law but cut off from direct divine instruction. These boundary conditions appear throughout ancient law codes and religious texts. Prohibitions against certain types of technological development, warnings against seeking to communicate with the beings bound in the earth, and elaborate ritual systems designed to maintain the separation between realms. The Mosaic Law's detailed restrictions on practices associated with the gods of the nations read less like religious prejudice and more like safety protocols designed to prevent dangerous contact. Similar restrictions appear in Hindu dharmic codes, Buddhist precepts, and the oral traditions of indigenous cultures worldwide. The question that haunts serious researchers is whether these universal themes represent shared historical experience or shared psychological patterns. Carl Jung's concept of the collective unconscious suggests that certain images and narratives are hardwired into human psychology, emerging independently in all cultures, but the level of technical detail and geographic specificity in these ancient accounts strains the purely psychological explanation. When Ezekiel describes his vision of divine vehicles with wheels within wheels, landing gear, and exhaust flames, he provides engineering details that read more like a technical manual than a spiritual allegory. The serpent teacher motif adds another layer to this puzzle. In almost every tradition, non-human instructors are associated with serpent symbolism. The Nagas of India, the feathered serpents of Mesoamerica, the dragon kings of China, the rainbow serpent of Australia. These are not portrayed as evil entities. That interpretation appears to be a later development in certain monotheistic traditions, but as possessors of special knowledge who taught humanity essential skills including medicine, metallurgy, agriculture, and astronomy. The serpent's association with wisdom and transformation appears across cultures that had no known contact with each other. The caduceus of Hermes, with its intertwined serpents, became the symbol of medicine and remains so today. The Ouroboros, the serpent swallowing its own tail, represented the cyclical nature of time and the universe. The Kundalini serpent of yoga symbolized the transformative energy that could elevate human consciousness. These are sophisticated metaphysical concepts encoded in serpent imagery, suggesting that the original teachers associated with this symbol possessed advanced understanding of consciousness, energy, and biological processes. What emerges from careful examination of these global patterns is not a simple story of primitive peoples creating fantasies to explain natural phenomena, but evidence of a complex historical process involving multiple non-human intelligences, periods of direct instruction and interaction, catastrophic events that disrupted these relationships, and the preservation of memory through symbolic systems designed to survive cultural collapse. The implications are staggering. If these shared memories represent actual historical events, then human civilization developed not through independent discovery, but through guided instruction from beings of superior knowledge. The sudden appearance of advanced techniques in agriculture, metallurgy, architecture, and astronomy in multiple locations around the globe would represent not coincidental invention, but coordinated technology transfer. The collapse of these relationships through catastrophic conflict would explain both the universal flood narratives and the subsequent period of cultural darkness from which historical civilization slowly emerged. Modern efforts to decode these ancient memories face multiple challenges. Academic resistance to unconventional interpretations remains strong, as careers are built on established chronologies and theoretical frameworks. The fragmented nature of surviving texts means that many crucial pieces of the puzzle may be lost forever, and the possibility that some of the knowledge was deliberately encoded in symbolic form to hide it from unprepared readers makes interpretation even more difficult. Yet the patterns persist, emerging not just from ancient texts but from ongoing archaeological discoveries that challenge conventional timelines. Göbekli Tepe's massive stone circles predate agriculture by thousands of years, suggesting that sophisticated construction techniques existed before the supposed beginning of civilization. Underwater structures off the coasts of Japan, India, and the Caribbean indicate advanced building capabilities during the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower. Precision-cut stone blocks at sites from Peru to Lebanon demonstrate engineering techniques that challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities. The genetic evidence adds another dimension to this investigation. Recent studies of human DNA reveal bottlenecks and unusual sequences that suggest our species' development may not have followed the simple linear progression described in textbooks. Some researchers quietly suggest that the genetic anomalies could represent ancient hybridization events, precisely what the old texts describe when they speak of the Watchers taking wives from among the daughters of men. Perhaps most significantly, the ancient accounts themselves suggest that the current period of separation and gradual development is not permanent. Many traditions speak of a return, a time when the hidden knowledge will be revealed and the separated realms will reunite. The Hopis speak of the return of the Star People. Hindu prophecy describes the end of the Kali Yuga and the beginning of a new golden age. Christian eschatology anticipates the second coming and the establishment of a divine kingdom on earth. Tibetan Buddhism expects the appearance of Shambhala when the world reaches a critical threshold. The consistency of these prophetic traditions, like the myths that preceded them, is remarkable. They describe not just spiritual transformation, but physical changes in the earth and humanity's relationship with non-human intelligences. They anticipate a time when hidden technologies will be revealed, when direct contact with advanced beings will resume, and when humanity will need to choose between paths that lead to either transcendence or destruction. As we stand at what many feel is a critical juncture in human development facing environmental crisis, technological acceleration, and the possibility of contact with non-terrestrial intelligence, these ancient memories take on new relevance. They suggest that we have been here before, that the challenges we face are not unprecedented, and that the outcome may depend on whether we have learned from the patterns preserved in our collective memory. The investigation continues, not just in archives and archaeological sites, but in the recognition that we ourselves may be living through events that will someday be preserved in the mythologies of future civilizations. The question is whether we will become another cautionary tale of a species that gained great power without wisdom, or whether we will finally break the cycle and establish the kind of sustainable relationship between knowledge and responsibility that the Golden Age myths suggest was once possible. 3 miles beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, where no light has penetrated for millennia, and the pressure could crush a human body in milliseconds, something extraordinary waits in the darkness. The Mariana Trench, deepest scar in our planet's crust, has been mapped in less detail than the surface of Mars. We know more about distant galaxies than we do about the abyssal plains that cover 2/3 of our own world, and in that vast ignorance lies perhaps the greatest mystery of all. What lies hidden beneath waters that have kept their secrets since before humans walked upright on dry land? Descend in a submersible past the twilight zone, where the last traces of surface sunlight fade into absolute darkness, and you enter an alien realm that challenges every assumption about what our planet might harbour. The descent itself is a journey through layers of time and pressure that feel more like travelling to another world than exploring our own. At 1,000 feet, the familiar blues of shallow water give way to darker hues that seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. By 3,000 feet, bioluminescent creatures drift past the porthole like living constellations, their light the only brightness in a universe of perpetual night. At 10,000 feet and beyond, even these sparks of life become rare, and the submersible's lights carve a narrow tunnel through blackness so complete it seems to have substance. But it is in these deepest reaches, where the weight of water above could compress diamond, that sonar readings have detected structures that should not exist. Geometric forms rising from the seafloor with right angles too precise to be natural, vast platforms and terraces that suggest deliberate construction, and most disturbing of all, formations that appear to be composed of materials unknown to surface geology. These discoveries remain largely classified, discussed only in restricted briefings and scientific papers that never reach public circulation. The official explanation, when one is offered at all, attributes such formations to unusual volcanic activity or previously unknown mineral processes, but the measurements themselves tell a different story. The Baltic Sea anomaly represents perhaps the most documented example of these underwater mysteries, and the most carefully suppressed. Discovered in 2011 by Swedish treasure hunters using side-scan sonar, the object sits on the seafloor like a crashed spacecraft, its cylindrical form and smooth surfaces unlike any known geological formation. At 200 feet in diameter, with a long tail extending behind it, the anomaly shows features that appear almost manufactured. Perfectly straight edges, circular formations that look like engine housings, and a ramp-like structure that could serve as an access point. The electromagnetic properties of the site are perhaps even more intriguing than its appearance. Diving equipment malfunctions when brought too close, with cameras shutting down and communication systems failing in ways that suggest interference rather than simple mechanical breakdown. The object appears to emit a low-frequency signal that can be detected by sensitive instruments, though its purpose remains unclear. Analysis of material samples has yielded inconclusive results, with some suggesting the object is composed of metals and minerals that don't match the surrounding geology, while others claim it's simply an unusual rock formation shaped by glacial activity. What makes the Baltic Sea anomaly particularly significant is not just its anomalous properties, but the pattern of official response it has generated. Initial media coverage was quickly discouraged. Funding for further investigation mysteriously dried up, and the treasure hunters who discovered it were advised to pursue other projects. The site remains largely off-limits to independent researchers, protected by a combination of maritime law, environmental regulations, and what some suggest is direct pressure from unnamed government entities. Similar patterns of discovery and suppression surround underwater structures found off the coasts of Japan, India, Cuba, and other locations around the world. The Yonaguni monument off the coast of Japan presents perhaps the most compelling case for ancient underwater architecture. This massive stone structure, with its precise angles, steps, and platforms, bears clear signs of deliberate construction. Discovered by dive master Kiichiro Arataki in 1987, the monument stretches over 500 feet in length and rises 80 feet from the ocean floor, its features too regular and purposeful to be explained by natural erosion. Marine geologist Masaki Kimura has spent decades studying the Yonaguni structure, documenting evidence of tool marks, artificial modifications, and architectural elements that suggest human construction during a period when the area was above sea level. His findings include what appear to be carved animals, inscriptions and ceremonial chambers connected by passages and stairways. The precision of the construction, with its perfect right angles and geometric relationships, implies engineering knowledge that conventional archaeology does not attribute to the cultures supposed to have existed in that region during the last ice age. The official Japanese position remains ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying the artificial nature of the monument. This careful neutrality allows for ongoing scientific investigation, while avoiding the implications that would arise from formally recognizing a structure that predates accepted timelines of human civilization in the Pacific. Meanwhile, similar discoveries continue to emerge from underwater surveys around the globe, each adding pieces to a puzzle that mainstream archaeology struggles to accommodate. The Bimini Road, a series of rectangular limestone blocks, arranged in what appears to be a deliberate pathway off the coast of the Bahamas, was discovered in 1968 during aerial surveys of shallow Caribbean waters. The blocks, some weighing several tons, are arranged with mathematical precision that suggests artificial placement rather than natural formation. Core samples reveal that the blocks are composed of beach rock that formed above sea level, then was subsequently submerged as ocean levels rose following the last ice age. This timeline places the structure's construction at least 10,000 years ago, well before the supposed emergence of advanced construction techniques in the Americas. Edgar Cayce, the famous psychic who predicted the discovery of Atlantean ruins near Bimini decades before the structure was found, described underwater buildings and roadways in the exact location where the Bimini Road was later discovered. While skeptics dismiss this as coincidence or retrofitted prophecy, the specificity of Cayce's descriptions and the subsequent discoveries they anticipated continue to intrigue researchers. His predictions included not just the location, but the time frame for discovery and the nature of what would be found, details that proved remarkably accurate. The implications of these underwater discoveries extend far beyond individual structures to suggest an entire category of human history that has been literally drowned by rising sea levels. During the last ice age, when vast amounts of water were locked in continental ice sheets, sea levels were 300 to 400 feet lower than they are today. Vast continental shelves that are now submerged were dry land, supporting ecosystems, migrations routes, and potentially advanced civilizations whose traces now lie beneath fathoms of water. The Doggerland region beneath the North Sea, connecting Britain to continental Europe during the Ice Age, has yielded numerous artifacts suggesting sophisticated hunter-gatherer cultures that developed complex technologies for working stone, bone, and wood. Recent surveys using advanced sonar mapping have revealed what appear to be the remains of settlements, possibly including permanent structures that challenge assumptions about the nomadic nature of Ice Age cultures. Similar discoveries on the Sahul Shelf connecting Australia to New Guinea suggest that the earliest human colonization of Australia may have involved more advanced seafaring and navigation technologies than previously recognized. But the most tantalizing possibilities lie in the deeper waters, where structures might have been built not on exposed land but in the shallow seas of the Ice Age world. The Mediterranean basin was once partially dry, connected to the Atlantic by a much narrower channel than the current Strait of Gibraltar. The Black Sea was a massive freshwater lake until catastrophic flooding connected it to the Mediterranean approximately 7,000 years ago. The Persian Gulf was largely dry land crossed by river valleys that are now submarine canyons. Each of these drowned landscapes represents a potential repository for evidence of advanced ancient civilizations. Deep-sea mineral extraction operations occasionally encounter artifacts that don't fit conventional archaeological timelines, but are rarely reported beyond classified briefings. Mining crews describe finding worked stone, metal objects of unknown alloy, and structures that appear too regular to be natural formations. These discoveries are typically classified as proprietary information or national security assets, preventing independent analysis or public disclosure. The pattern suggests that underwater archaeological discoveries are far more common than public knowledge would indicate, but they remain hidden behind layers of corporate secrecy and government classification. The technology now exists to conduct comprehensive surveys of these underwater regions, but such investigations remain limited by cost, political considerations, and what some researchers suggest is deliberate obstruction. High-resolution sonar mapping, remotely operated vehicles capable of detailed photography and sample collection, and advanced diving systems that can reach previously inaccessible depths are all commercially available. Yet comprehensive archaeological surveys of promising underwater sites remain rare, often abandoned due to funding limitations or technical difficulties that appear more administrative than technological. The Chinese government's extensive underwater archaeology program, conducted largely outside international oversight, has reportedly discovered massive stone structures in the South China Sea that predate known Chinese civilization by thousands of years. While details remain classified, leaked information describes pyramidal complexes, what appear to be harbour installations and road systems connecting various structures across hundreds of square miles of seafloor. The scale and sophistication of these alleged discoveries would require revision of accepted timelines for advanced construction techniques in East Asia. Indian marine archaeology, working in waters off the Deccan coast, has documented structures that appear to be the remains of major port cities, complete with harbour walls, ceremonial complexes and residential areas. The cities appear to have been abandoned suddenly, as evidenced by artefacts left in place, suggesting rapid inundation rather than gradual abandonment. Carbon dating of organic materials places these sites at approximately 9,000 years old, making them contemporary with the earliest known cities in Mesopotamia, but far more sophisticated in their maritime engineering. The global pattern of underwater discoveries suggests not isolated anomalies, but evidence of a maritime civilization that existed during the end of the last ice age, possessing advanced knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and navigation. This civilization would have been perfectly positioned to observe and record the catastrophic events associated with rapid ice melting and sea level rise, potentially preserving records of these events in surviving sites above the floodline. The universal flood narratives discussed in ancient texts may represent not mythological fancy, but actual historical memory preserved by the survivors of these drowned cities. Modern oceanographic research has revealed that the ocean floors are far from uniform. Vast underwater mountain ranges, deep valleys, and plateau regions create diverse environments that could have supported different types of development during periods of lower sea level. Some regions would have been ideal for agriculture, others for mining, still others for maritime activities. The distribution of underwater anomalies corresponds roughly with what would have been the most habitable and resource-rich areas during the Ice Age maximum. The question of preservation becomes crucial when considering what evidence might survive 10,000 or more years underwater. Stone structures in tropical waters are subject to coral growth that can obscure original features while simultaneously providing protection from erosion. In colder waters, reduced biological activity and different chemical conditions might preserve details that would be lost in more active environments. Metal objects would corrode rapidly unless protected by unusual environmental conditions, but ceramics, worked stone, and certain organic materials under specific circumstances could survive for millennia. Recent advances in underwater archaeology have revealed that preservation conditions in deep marine environments can be far better than previously assumed. The cold, dark, oxygen-poor conditions of the deep ocean floor create natural archives where organic materials that would decay rapidly on land can survive for thousands of years. Wooden shipwrecks from the medieval period have been found in near-perfect condition in deep water, their details preserved as if they sank yesterday rather than centuries ago. The implications extend beyond archaeology to geology and climate science. If advanced civilizations existed during the Ice Age maximum, they would have experienced first-hand the rapid environmental changes associated with deglaciation. Their observations and records could provide crucial data for understanding past climate change and predicting future environmental shifts. Some researchers suggest that certain ancient astronomical records, such as the precise calculations found in Mayan and Babylonian texts, may represent preserved Ice Age observations of celestial events that have not been repeated in recorded history. The deep ocean also provides the perfect environment for preservation of technology that might otherwise be dismissed as impossible for its supposed time period. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek analog computer found in a Mediterranean shipwreck, demonstrates that sophisticated mechanical devices existed in antiquity but were not preserved in terrestrial archaeological sites. Similar or more advanced devices might await discovery in underwater sites that predate known examples of complex technology. As climate change accelerates ice melt in Greenland and Antarctica, new areas of the ocean floor are becoming accessible to exploration. Some researchers quietly speculate that rapid ice loss might reveal structures that have been hidden beneath ice sheets for thousands of years, potentially rewriting our understanding of human presence in polar regions. The logistical challenges of investigating such discoveries would be enormous, but the potential for paradigm-shifting discoveries makes the investment attractive to certain government and private research programs. The greatest mystery may be not what lies beneath our oceans, but why so little effort has been devoted to systematic exploration of regions that clearly hold archaeological treasures. The technology exists, the potential for discovery is enormous, and the implications for understanding human history could be revolutionary. Yet comprehensive underwater archaeology remains marginalized, underfunded, and often actively discouraged by the very institutions that should be most eager to pursue such investigations. Perhaps the answer lies in the implications of what might be found. Evidence of advanced Ice Age civilizations would challenge fundamental assumptions about human development, technological progress, and our relationship with environmental change. It would suggest that the trajectory from primitive to advanced is not linear, that sophisticated knowledge has been lost and recovered multiple times in human history, and that we may be not the first but merely the latest attempt at global civilization. Such discoveries would have profound implications not just for archaeology, but for our understanding of what human beings are capable of achieving, and what we stand to lose if we repeat the mistakes of our predecessors. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but the technology to unlock them grows more sophisticated each year. As we stand on the shore of discovery, the question is not whether we will find evidence of our drowned past, but whether we are prepared for what that evidence might reveal about the patterns of rise and fall that appear to govern the long arc of human civilization. In the depths where light never reaches, the archives of our forgotten history wait patiently for the courage to seek them out. In the sterile glow of mission control at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, where satellite data streams across banks of monitors in endless cascades of light and shadow, there exists a peculiar tension between what the instruments record and what the analysts are permitted to discuss. Here, in rooms where the Earth's surface is mapped down to the centimetre, where thermal signatures reveal the breathing patterns of cities and magnetic anomalies trace the planet's hidden skeleton, the revolution in detection technology has reached a threshold that makes the impossible suddenly, uncomfortably visible. Lidar light detection and ranging pierces through jungle canopies that have concealed their secrets for millennia. Ground-penetrating radar sees through solid rock as though it were water. Quantum dating techniques reveal ages that shouldn't exist, and artificial intelligence finds patterns in the data that human minds, constrained by expectation and assumption, consistently overlook. Together, these technologies are writing a new chapter in the story of what lies hidden beneath our familiar world, one that challenges every timeline we've constructed about the development of civilization on Earth. The transformation began quietly in the Amazon basin, where archaeologists seeking lost Mayan outposts discovered something far more extraordinary than missing pyramids. Flying at 30,000 feet above the endless green canopy, Dr. Elena Vasquez watched her LiDAR system strip away the forest layer by layer, revealing the bare earth beneath in perfect mathematical detail. What emerged on her screens defied every assumption about pre-Columbian America. Geometric patterns stretched for hundreds of miles, perfect circles and straight lines that connected distant points with surveyor's precision. But these were not the earthworks of known civilizations. They were far too large, too complex, and arranged according to mathematical principles that wouldn't be discovered until the Renaissance. "We're not looking at villages or ceremonial sites," Vasquez recorded in her field notes, her voice barely steady. "These are city-sized installations, perfectly integrated with the landscape, following geometric patterns that suggest a level of planning that shouldn't have existed. The scale is continental. It's as if someone designed the entire Amazon basin as a single unified system." Her data, submitted to the Brazilian Institute of Archaeology, disappeared into bureaucratic silence. Funding for follow-up surveys was mysteriously withdrawn. The coordinates remain classified. but the technology, once unleashed, cannot be easily contained. LIDAR surveys across Southeast Asia have revealed similar anomalies beneath tropical forests that have stood undisturbed for thousands of years. In Cambodia, beyond the famous temples of Angkor, the technology reveals vast urban networks that dwarf the known sites, suggesting that what we call the Khmer Empire was merely the visible tip of a civilization whose true scope remains hidden beneath the green veil of the jungle. In Guatemala, entire Maya cities emerge from the data. Not just one or two, but dozens, connected by straight roadways that run for hundreds of miles through terrain so challenging that modern engineers struggle to imagine how they were surveyed, much less constructed. The patterns that emerge from this new vision of the Earth are consistent and troubling. Underground, the picture becomes even more complex. Ground-penetrating radar, originally developed to locate buried utilities and archaeological features, now penetrates depths that reveal structures of impossible size and precision. Beneath the Sahara Desert, where sand has buried entire civilizations, the instruments detect hollow spaces arranged in perfect geometric relationships, chambers large enough to house cathedrals, connected by tunnels that stretch for miles in absolutely straight lines. Dr. Marcus Chen, working with a classified military radar system in Nevada, observed formations beneath the desert floor that his instruments insisted were artificial, but which couldn't be reconciled with any known construction methods. "We're seeing voids in solid granite," he explained to his superiors, perfectly rectangular chambers carved into bedrock at depths of over a mile. The precision of the angle suggests machine tooling, but the scale suggests something we don't have words for. Some of these spaces are large enough to contain aircraft hangars, yet they show no evidence of how they were accessed or created. His reports, too, vanished into classified channels, but similar discoveries surface regularly in the peer-reviewed literature, disguised in technical language and attributed to unusual geological formations. The scientific community has developed an informal protocol for dealing with such anomalies, document them precisely, publish the measurements, and avoid speculating about their origins. The data remains available for those who know how to interpret it, while the implications remain safely buried in academic jargon. Satellite imagery adds another layer to the mystery, revealing geometric patterns that become visible only from space. Google Earth users scanning the planet from their desktop computers have identified formations that escape decades of aerial survey, perfect circles in the Sahara, visible only in certain light conditions, rectangular clearings in the Amazon that appear and disappear with the seasons, linear features crossing mountain ranges in absolutely straight lines, as though someone had drawn them with a ruler across a continental map. The most intriguing of these satellite anomalies appear in Antarctica, where the ice sheet occasionally shifts to reveal geometric formations beneath. Thermal imaging shows warm spots in patterns too regular to be natural, suggesting energy sources buried beneath miles of ice. Synthetic aperture radar reveals structures under the ice cap that match no known geological formation, rectangular and triangular shapes, arranged in patterns that suggest deliberate design. When such images briefly appear in the public domain, they are quickly explained as ice formations or imaging artifacts, but copies circulate in research communities where their implications are quietly debated. The revolution extends beyond Earth-based detection into the realm of genetics, where ancient DNA extracted from archaeological sites tells stories that don't match our accepted timelines. Human remains from Europe show genetic markers that suggest contact with populations from distant continents thousands of years before such contact was supposed to have occurred. Mitochondrial DNA patterns reveal population bottlenecks and expansions that don't correlate with known historical events, as though entire groups of people vanished and reappeared in the genetic record without explanation. Dr. Sarah Krishnan, working at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, has identified genetic sequences in ancient European populations that match most closely with modern groups from Central Asia and the Americas, connections that shouldn't exist given our understanding of prehistoric migration patterns. We're seeing evidence of genetic exchange across vast distances during time periods when such contact should have been impossible. she explained to a closed conference of researchers. Either our timeline of human movement is completely wrong, or there were technologies for long-distance travel that we haven't accounted for. More puzzling still are the genetic anomalies themselves, DNA sequences that don't quite fit the pattern of natural human variation. Small differences, usually dismissed as measurement error or contamination, but consistent across multiple samples from different sites and time periods. Some researchers quietly suggest these might represent evidence of hybridization events, moments when human populations came into contact with something else. The implications are too profound to discuss openly in academic settings, but the data accumulates in databases where it waits for someone brave enough to connect the dots. Quantum dating techniques, the newest addition to the archaeological toolkit, provide temporal coordinates for these mysteries with precision that earlier methods couldn't achieve. Radiocarbon dating, accurate to within decades, has been supplemented by methods that can pinpoint the age of crystalline structures to within years, sometimes months. Applied to artifacts from controversial sites, these techniques consistently yield ages that challenge accepted chronologies. Stone tools from South America, previously dated to 12,000 years ago based on their archaeological context, yield quantum dates of over 30,000 years. Worked metals from Africa, supposedly representing early Iron Age technology, test as being over 50,000 years old. Crystal formations from sites in the Himalayas, where they appear to have been deliberately carved and placed, show modification dates that predate the last ice age by hundreds of thousands of years. Each result is carefully documented, published in specialized journals, and politely ignored by mainstream archaeology. The most transformative element in this quantum revolution, however, may be artificial intelligence itself. Machine learning systems trained to recognize patterns in vast data sets consistently identify connections that human researchers miss. Feed an AI system the coordinates of megalithic sites, unusual geological formations, and ancient genetic markers, and it maps relationships that span continents and millennia. The patterns it reveals suggest not random distribution, but deliberate organization on a scale that implies coordination between distant points across time periods when such coordination should have been impossible. AI analysis of global earthquake data reveals subtle patterns that correlate with the locations of ancient sites, as though these places were chosen for their position within the Earth's tectonic stress patterns. Satellite imagery processed through neural networks identifies linear features connecting megalithic sites across thousands of miles, formations invisible to human observation but mathematically precise when revealed by computer analysis. Most unsettling of all, AI systems trained on historical data consistently predict the locations of new archaeological discoveries with accuracy that suggests the placement of ancient sites follows rules we haven't yet consciously grasped. The Antarctic question looms over all these discoveries like a frozen giant. Beneath the ice sheet lies a continent the size of the United States and Mexico combined, its surface features completely hidden from view. Ice-penetrating radar reveals mountain ranges, valleys, and plains that have been sealed away for millions of years, a landscape that could hide cities the size of Manhattan without detection. Recent surveys suggest that parts of the continent were ice-free as recently as 12,000 years ago, coinciding with the end of the last ice age and the sudden appearance of advanced civilization in other parts of the world. Classified military surveys, leaked through unofficial channels, describe structures beneath the Antarctic ice that defy conventional explanation. Geometric formations too large and precise to be natural, arranged in patterns that suggest deliberate construction. Thermal anomalies that indicate energy sources operating beneath miles of ice. Most provocatively, magnetic signatures that match the readings from certain megalithic sites in more temperate regions, as though the same builders left their mark in both locations. The synchronicity becomes even more intriguing when correlated with ancient climate data. Ice core samples reveal that the period when Antarctica was potentially habitable coincides exactly with the mysterious gap in the archaeological record, the time between the end of the last ice age and the sudden emergence of fully developed civilizations around the world. If advanced cultures existed on the now frozen continent during that period, their displacement by advancing ice sheets could explain both the preservation of their remains and the sudden appearance of sophisticated knowledge in distant locations. Quantum archaeology is revealing that the Earth holds far more history than our museums contain, and that the history it holds challenges our most basic assumptions about the development of human civilization. The technology exists to read this hidden record with unprecedented precision, but the implications of what it reveals are too profound to be absorbed easily by institutions built on older certainties. In research facilities around the world, scientists work with data that points toward the same unsettling conclusion. We are not the first advanced civilization to develop on Earth, and the traces of our predecessors are hidden not by time alone, but by the systematic misdirection of attention away from evidence that doesn't fit approved narratives. Every new detection method reveals more anomalies. Every advance in analytical technology uncovers more connections. And every connection suggests that the map of human history, as we currently understand it, is incomplete in ways that challenge our understanding of who we are and where we came from. The revolution in quantum archaeology continues, driven by technologies that cannot be suppressed and data that cannot be entirely contained. In laboratories and field sites around the world, researchers work with mounting evidence that the Earth's surface and subsurface hide structures, patterns, and artifacts that represent either a completely different understanding of human capabilities in the distant past, or evidence of contact with intelligences that don't appear in our historical record. The tools to reveal these secrets grow more powerful each year, and the secrets themselves grow harder to ignore. For those willing to look beyond the boundaries of accepted knowledge, the Earth is revealing itself to be a far stranger and more layered place than our ancestors imagined, or perhaps than our more recent ancestors were willing to remember. The quantum archaeology revolution is not just changing what we can see, it's forcing us to reconsider what we think we know about the very ground beneath our feet and the civilizations that may have walked upon it long before we learned to count the years. Deep in the Peruvian Amazon, where the Ucayali River winds through jungle so dense that satellite imagery shows only an endless green canopy, there exists a ceremony older than written history. In a clearing lit by flickering flames as the ayahuasca medicine begins its ancient work, participants from across the globe report the same impossible vision: vast cities of light extending deep into the earth, populated by beings of extraordinary intelligence who have been watching our surface civilizations with patient interest for thousands of years. Dr. James Thornfield, a neuroscientist from Johns Hopkins who has spent the last decade studying consciousness-altering plant medicines, documents these reports with growing fascination. The consistency is remarkable, he noted after his third expedition to study ayahuasca ceremonies. People from completely different backgrounds, different cultures, different languages, all describe the same architectural features, the same luminous beings, even the same sense that they're being shown something that exists parallel to our reality, but normally invisible to ordinary perception. What makes these visions particularly intriguing is their specificity. Participants don't report vague mystical experiences, but detailed architectural encounters with underground cities, whose features they can draw with engineering precision. Spiral staircases that descend for miles into crystalline chambers, halls lit by ambient light that emanates from the walls themselves, beings who communicate not through speech but through direct transfer of knowledge, downloading complex information about the Earth's hidden history directly into human consciousness. The phenomenon extends far beyond the Amazon basin. In Tibetan monasteries, where meditation traditions stretch back over a millennium, certain advanced practitioners report similar contact with what they describe as the inner earth beings. These are not metaphorical or symbolic encounters in their telling, but literal communication with intelligences that exist in physical space beneath the surface world. The monks describe receiving detailed information about underground civilizations, including maps of tunnel systems and descriptions of technologies that harmonize with the Earth's natural energy systems. Lama Tenzin Norbu, speaking from a monastery in the Himalayas where such contacts are documented as part of their oral tradition, explained the phenomenon in terms that bridge the mystical and the practical. The inner world exists at a different frequency of consciousness. It is not separate from our physical reality, but nested within it like one radio signal among many broadcasting from the same location. Most humans are tuned only to the surface frequency, but through proper preparation of the mind and spirit, the deeper signals become accessible. This frequency model of reality, dismissed by mainstream science as New Age speculation, gains credibility when examined through the lens of quantum consciousness research. Dr. Stuart Hameroff and Sir Roger Penrose's work on orchestrated objective reduction suggests that consciousness itself operates at quantum scales within neural microtubules, potentially allowing awareness to access information that exists outside normal space-time constraints. If consciousness can operate at quantum levels, then the boundary between what we call objective reality and subjective experience becomes far more permeable than classical physics would suggest. The implications are staggering. If consciousness can tune into different frequencies of reality, then the hidden civilizations that appear consistently in altered state experiences might not be hallucinations, but actual contact with intelligences that exist in dimensional spaces parallel to our own. The underground cities, the luminous beings, the advanced technologies described in ceremony after ceremony could represent genuine information transfer from civilizations that have learned to operate outside the perceptual frequency range that most humans normally access. In the controlled environment of medical research facilities, where DMT and psilocybin are being studied as therapeutic tools, similar reports emerge with statistical regularity. Participants in Johns Hopkins psilocybin studies frequently report encounters with machine elves, or light beings, who seem to possess vast knowledge about the Earth's hidden history. These entities, described across cultures and chemical contexts with remarkable consistency, often convey information about underground realms and technologies that work in harmony with natural systems rather than against them. Dr. Rick Strassman's pioneering DMT research at the University of New Mexico documented hundreds of such encounters, leading him to propose that psychedelic experiences might not be internally generated hallucinations but actual contact with non-ordinary reality. The consistency of reports across different subjects, different set and setting conditions, different cultural backgrounds, suggest we're dealing with something more than random neural firing, Strassman observed. The information provided in these encounters often exceeds the participants' educational background and includes technical details they couldn't have imagined. The technological details are particularly compelling. Participants often describe crystal-based energy systems that draw power from the Earth's magnetic field, architectural techniques that grow structures from living stone, and transportation methods that move through dimensional space rather than physical distance. While such descriptions might sound like science fiction, they align remarkably with theoretical physics concepts that most participants couldn't possibly know: zero-point energy extraction, crystalline lattice conductivity, and quantum entanglement-based communication systems. The observer effect from quantum mechanics adds another layer to this puzzle. In quantum systems, the act of observation fundamentally changes what is observed, suggesting that consciousness plays an active role in determining the nature of reality. If hidden civilizations exist in quantum superposition, present but unobserved by ordinary consciousness, then the act of observing them through altered states might literally bring them into experiential reality for the observer, while leaving them invisible to those operating at different frequencies of awareness. This leads to a radical possibility. What if the reason we haven't discovered obvious evidence of advanced ancient civilizations is not that they don't exist, but that they exist in perceptual dimensions we haven't learned to access? The megalithic structures, the out-of-place artifacts, the genetic anomalies might all be traces of civilizations that learned to operate primarily in consciousness space, rather than purely physical space, leaving only minimal footprints in the material realm we normally perceive. Traditional indigenous cultures, with their sophisticated understanding of altered states and non-ordinary reality, may have maintained contact with these hidden civilizations long after urbanized societies lost the ability to perceive them. The shamanic traditions that speak matter-of-factly of underground worlds, spirit cities, and non-human teachers might be preserving actual knowledge about parallel civilizations rather than mythological beliefs. Their ceremonies and practices could represent technologies for accessing frequencies of reality that modern civilization has forgotten how to tune into. The DMT experiences documented in research settings often include specific details about the relationship between surface and underground civilizations. Participants report being told that the inner world maintains limited contact with the surface through individuals who demonstrate sufficient development of consciousness to handle the information responsibly. They describe a selection process based not on technological capability, but on emotional and spiritual maturity. Exactly the criteria that mythological accounts of hidden realms have always emphasized. In these encounters, the underground civilizations are portrayed not as isolated societies, but as active participants in guiding surface world development. Participants report being shown how certain historical breakthroughs in science, art, and social organization were influenced by subtle contact with inner world knowledge. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical concepts, architectural techniques, and agricultural methods in ancient civilizations is explained as the result of consciousness-level contact rather than independent discovery. The simulation hypothesis, proposed by philosophers like Nick Bostrom and increasingly discussed in scientific circles, offers another framework for understanding these phenomena. If our reality is indeed a simulation, or nested within layers of simulated reality, then different levels of the simulation might be accessible through different modes of consciousness. Advanced civilizations might exist in higher resolution layers of the simulation, invisible to ordinary perception, but accessible through altered states that allow consciousness to shift between dimensional levels. This interpretation aligns with reports from meditation traditions that describe reality as layered like an onion, with multiple levels of existence nested within each other. Advanced practitioners who achieve certain states of consciousness report being able to perceive and interact with these different levels, accessing information, and encountering beings that exist in dimensional spaces normally invisible to surface awareness. Virtual reality research provides technological parallels for these experiences. As VR environments become more sophisticated, users report that extended time in virtual spaces begins to feel as real as physical reality, with the brain adapting to treat virtual experiences as genuine. If consciousness can adapt to virtual environments created by relatively primitive technology, it's plausible that sufficiently advanced civilizations could create experiential realities indistinguishable from physical space, and that contact with such civilizations might occur through consciousness interface rather than physical meeting. The ayahuasca visions that consistently show underground cities of light might be accessing information from civilizations that exist primarily in engineered consciousness space, using technology that operates through direct interface with awareness rather than through physical tools. The luminous beings described in ceremonies might be inhabitants of such spaces, using consciousness interface technology to communicate with surface dwellers who achieve the right frequency of awareness through chemical, meditative, or other means. Neuroscientist Dr. Ede Frexka's research in Hungary has documented the consistent appearance of light-based geometric patterns in DMT experiences, patterns that match mathematical structures found in quantum field theory and holographic information systems. The visual components of these experiences aren't random, Frexka explains. They follow mathematical rules that suggest access to information patterns that exist at fundamental levels of reality. It's as though consciousness, under these conditions, can perceive the underlying mathematical structure that generates what we call physical reality. If consciousness can access fundamental information structures, then contact with advanced civilizations might occur at the level of pure information rather than physical meeting. Such civilizations might have evolved beyond dependence on physical forms, existing primarily as information patterns that can interface directly with consciousness. The underground cities described in altered state experiences might be information constructs, real and functional, but existing in consciousness space rather than physical space. This interpretation explains why archaeological evidence for such civilizations remains elusive, while experiential evidence accumulates consistently across cultures and centuries. Physical archaeology looks for material traces, but consciousness archaeology accessing information through altered states reveals layers of reality that leave few physical footprints while remaining accessible to properly prepared awareness. The implications challenge every assumption about the nature of civilization, intelligence, and reality itself. If advanced civilizations can exist primarily in consciousness space, if contact with them occurs through frequency alignment rather than physical travel, then our understanding of what it means to be advanced requires complete revision. Technology might evolve not toward greater manipulation of physical matter, but toward greater integration with consciousness itself, ultimately transcending the material limitations that constrain surface civilizations. For those exploring these possibilities, the journey becomes as much about developing perception as about gathering physical evidence. The tools of investigation shift from instruments that measure material reality to practices that expand awareness beyond its ordinary boundaries. Meditation, ceremony, and other consciousness-expanding techniques become archaeological methods, ways of excavating layers of reality that remain invisible to purely physical investigation. The consciousness factor in the search for hidden civilizations suggests that the greatest discoveries may not come from drilling deeper into the earth or penetrating further into space, but from expanding inward into the unexplored territories of awareness itself. In those inner landscapes, according to centuries of consistent reports, entire civilizations wait to be contacted by those who develop the perceptual capacity to see them. Whether these contacts represent objective encounters with actual civilizations or sophisticated access to archetypal information patterns embedded in consciousness itself may ultimately be a meaningless distinction. If the information is consistent, transformative, and useful, and if it points toward more harmonious ways of organizing civilization, then its value transcends questions of its ontological status. The consciousness factor opens doorways to knowledge that could reshape our understanding of human potential and our relationship with the hidden dimensions of the reality we inhabit. In the end, the search for Agartha may be less about finding a physical location and more about developing the consciousness capable of perceiving it. And in that development, we might discover not only hidden civilizations, but hidden capacities within ourselves, abilities to access information, communicate across dimensional boundaries, and participate in forms of reality that expand far beyond the narrow bandwidth of ordinary awareness. In the sterile chambers of ice core laboratories, where ancient atmospheres rest in crystalline suspension like captured breaths of worlds long vanished, something troubling emerges from the data. Scientists peer through microscopes at layers of ice pulled from the deepest reaches of Greenland and Antarctica, reading the chemical diary of our planet's past with the careful attention of archaeologists examining pottery shards. Yet what they find, written in those frozen chronometers, challenges our understanding of natural cycles, revealing signatures that shouldn't exist in a world shaped only by geological and biological processes. The isotope ratios tell stories that don't align with accepted models of atmospheric evolution. Spikes in rare Earth elements appear in ice layers dating to periods when no known industrial activity could account for their presence. Carbon signatures suggest massive releases of energy at intervals too regular to be random, too precise to be coincidental. These anomalies, when mapped against the timeline of human civilization, cluster around moments of transition. The mysterious collapse of advanced cultures, the sudden appearance of new technologies, the unexplained migration of entire populations across impossible distances. Dr. Elena Vasquez, working in the climate archives of the National Ice Core Laboratory, first noticed the pattern while analyzing samples from the Younger Dryas period. The chemical composition doesn't match anything we see in natural climate shifts, she noted in her private research journal. Words that would never appear in peer-reviewed publications. It's as if something was actively managing atmospheric conditions, maintaining stability through what should have been catastrophic environmental change. Her findings, buried beneath layers of institutional discretion, suggest that during humanity's most vulnerable moments, the planet's systems were somehow buffered, protected by forces that operated according to principles we don't yet understand. The evidence extends beyond atmospheric chemistry into the realm of biological evolution itself. Darwin's gradual model of species development, while elegant in its simplicity, struggles to account for the sudden leaps that punctuate the fossil record. Cambrian explosion events, where complex life forms appear without apparent predecessors. Massive die-offs followed by rapid speciation that fills ecological niches with startling efficiency. The pattern repeats throughout geological time, periods of crisis followed by evolutionary solutions that seem almost too perfect, too well adapted to be the result of random mutation and natural selection alone. Stand in the paleontology vaults of the Smithsonian, where rows of storage cabinets hold specimens that will never be displayed, and you encounter fossils that don't fit comfortable categories, creatures that appear to bridge the gap between known species in ways that suggest directed development rather than random adaptation, bone structures that imply intelligence levels inconsistent with their supposed evolutionary timeline. Most disturbing of all, examples of rapid speciation that occurred simultaneously across multiple geographic regions, as if guided by some coordinating influence that could operate on a planetary scale. The geographic distribution of these anomalies creates its own pattern. They cluster around regions that folklore identifies as gateways to hidden realms: the Himalayas, the Andes, certain areas of the Amazon basin, specific locations in Antarctica that remain off-limits to civilian research. In these zones, biological samples reveal unusual genetic markers, isotope signatures that don't match the surrounding environment, and evolutionary adaptations that seem too sophisticated for their supposed age. Local ecosystems display a resilience that defies explanation, maintaining stability through environmental pressures that devastate neighboring regions. Recent discoveries in the Amazon rainforest have revealed soil compositions that shouldn't exist in nature. Terra preta, the mysterious black earth that appears in patches throughout the basin, demonstrates a fertility and carbon storage capacity that surpasses anything modern agriculture can achieve. Chemical analysis reveals the presence of biochar, carefully controlled composting, and mineral amendments that suggest sophisticated understanding of soil science applied over centuries. Yet the indigenous peoples who inhabit these regions claim no knowledge of creating such soils, speaking instead of gifts from those who live beneath the forest, beings who taught their ancestors to work in harmony with systems they had already perfected. The nuclear signatures present perhaps the most unsettling evidence. Background radiation readings in certain locations show isotope patterns that predate human atomic testing by millions of years. Ancient rock formations bear the scars of intense heat that could only have been generated by nuclear processes, yet appear in strata far older than any known natural reactor formation. The Oklo phenomenon in Gabon, officially classified as a natural nuclear reactor that operated 2 billion years ago, shows signs of artificial control and maintenance that suggest intelligence guided its operation. The uranium deposits are arranged with a precision that approaches engineering, and the isotope ratios indicate controlled fission rather than random nuclear decay. In the mountains of Tibet, soil samples collected near certain monasteries reveal unusual mineral compositions that don't match the surrounding geology. Heavy water concentrations that could only result from artificial enrichment processes, rare earth elements in configurations that suggest advanced materials science. When questioned about these anomalies, the monks speak calmly of the old ones, who still maintain the sacred sites, ensuring that the Earth's energy flows remain balanced through the changes that affect the surface world. Their matter-of-fact tone suggests not mythology, but practical knowledge passed down through generations of direct experience. The climate data itself tells a story of managed transitions rather than random fluctuations. Ice Age cycles follow patterns too regular to be explained by orbital mechanics alone. The timing suggests external influence. subtle adjustments that prevent runaway climate change while allowing for gradual adaptation, temperature variations that should have caused mass extinctions instead resulted in evolutionary leaps. Atmospheric composition that should have been toxic to early life instead provided the precise conditions needed for complex organisms to develop. The coincidences accumulate beyond the realm of statistical probability, pointing toward active intervention in planetary systems. Geological scarring provides physical evidence of engineering on a scale that dwarfs anything in recorded human history. Mountain ranges that show signs of artificial modification, with internal passages and chambers carved through solid rock with precision that modern tunneling equipment cannot match. River systems that have been diverted through underground channels, creating vast subterranean waterways that don't appear on any official survey. The Sahara Desert itself may represent the most dramatic example of environmental modification, transitioning from lush savanna to barren wasteland in a time frame that suggests active desertification rather than natural climate change. Archaeological evidence supports the environmental data through discoveries that are quickly classified or explained away. Ancient irrigation systems that tapped into geothermal energy sources, agricultural terraces that incorporated advanced permaculture principles thousands of years before such concepts were discovered by modern science. Harbour installations that show understanding of tidal forces and current patterns that required sophisticated oceanographic knowledge. Each discovery points to civilizations that possessed environmental science capabilities far beyond what their supposed technological level should have allowed. The pattern extends into the modern era through environmental anomalies that coincide with increased interest in hidden civilizations. UFO sightings over environmentally sensitive areas, unusual weather patterns around locations associated with underground entrances, electromagnetic anomalies that interfere with satellite imagery of specific regions, wildlife behavior that suggests the presence of artificial energy fields. These contemporary mysteries gain new significance when viewed as potential evidence of ongoing environmental management by civilizations that have never revealed themselves to the surface world. Rapid species recovery in areas that should remain barren for decades provides another layer of evidence. Chernobyl's exclusion zone, expected to be lifeless for generations, now hosts thriving ecosystems with genetic adaptations that appeared far too quickly for natural selection. Similar phenomena occur around other disaster sites, where life returns with unusual resilience and novel adaptations. The recovery patterns suggest not just natural healing, but active remediation, as if invisible hands were accelerating the restoration process through methods we don't recognize. The implications challenge our fundamental understanding of planetary stewardship and the role of intelligence in Earth's development. If the environmental evidence points toward active management of global systems, then we must reconsider whether human civilization developed in isolation or under the guidance of intelligences that remained hidden while shaping the conditions for our emergence. The environmental challenges we face today, climate change, pollution, resource depletion, may not be unprecedented crises but recurring tests that previous civilizations have faced and overcome through knowledge and methods that remain available to those who prove themselves ready to receive them. In the basement archives of the Pentagon, where fluorescent lights hum over filing cabinets that stretch into shadows, there exists a department that doesn't appear on any organizational chart. Room 2E924, officially designated as surplus storage, houses a different kind of inventory reports, photographs, and physical evidence that challenge the official narrative of human history. Here, in climate-controlled silence, rest the accumulated discoveries of a century of exploration, artifacts that shouldn't exist in their geological context, photographs of structures that appear on no public survey, and testimony from researchers whose careers ended abruptly after they glimpsed something the world wasn't meant to see. The modern cover-up is not the product of a single conspiracy, but rather the convergence of institutional inertia, economic interests, and genuine concern about the stability of social systems built on assumptions that may be fundamentally incorrect. When Admiral Richard E. Byrd returned from his 1947 Antarctic expedition, with claims of discovering land masses beyond the known continent, His subsequent interviews were classified, and his personal notes sealed. The official explanation cited national security concerns, but those familiar with the case suggest the real issue was the implications of what he'd encountered, evidence of habitation in regions where no human presence should have been possible. Dr. Sarah Chen discovered the weight of institutional resistance firsthand when an archaeological survey in the Gobi Desert uncovered structures buried beneath sand dunes that radiocarbon dating placed at impossible ages. The geometric precision of the stonework, the sophistication of the engineering, and the sheer scale of the underground complex defied everything known about early human capabilities in that region. Within weeks of submitting her preliminary findings, her research permits were revoked, her funding withdrawn, and her team reassigned to projects on the opposite side of the globe. The excavation site was reclassified as a military training area, closed to civilian access indefinitely. The pattern repeats across continents and decades. In Peru, where underground tunnels stretch for hundreds of miles beneath the Andes with walls so smooth they appear machine-polished, government authorities have systematically restricted access, while publicly dismissing the structures as natural cave formations. Local guides who once led tourists into the deeper passages now speak carefully of changes in policy and safety concerns that make such expeditions impossible. Several researchers who attempted to map the tunnel systems independently have had their equipment confiscated and their documentation classified under laws designed to protect indigenous archaeological sites. The academic gatekeeping operates with more subtle efficiency. Peer review processes that filter research before it reaches publication have become remarkably consistent in rejecting papers that challenge established chronologies. Dr. Marcus Fieldstone, whose ground-penetrating radar surveys revealed massive structures beneath the Sphinx complex in Egypt, watched his findings disappear into a bureaucratic maze of delayed reviews, requests for additional data, and eventually editorial decisions that his work was not suitable for publication, despite meeting all methodological standards. His subsequent attempts to present the data at conferences were met with cancelled invitations and withdrawn speaking opportunities. The financial mechanisms of suppression operate through research funding allocation, where proposals that might uncover anomalous evidence find themselves consistently rated as low priority or methodologically unsound by review panels. The National Science Foundation, the Smithsonian Institution, and similar organizations worldwide have developed informal protocols for managing research that might disrupt established historical narratives. Grant applications that mention searches for advanced ancient technologies or pre-Columbian transoceanic contact are filed in categories that ensure minimal funding consideration. Corporate interests add another layer to the suppression network. Mining companies operating in regions associated with hidden civilization legends often report discoveries of worked stone, metal objects of unknown alloy, or underground structures that interfere with extraction operations. These findings disappear into corporate archives, classified as proprietary information or trade secrets. When independent researchers attempt to investigate such sites, they encounter legal barriers, security restrictions, and environmental regulations that effectively bar access while maintaining the fiction of legitimate business concerns. Walk through the restricted sections of major museums, where armed guards monitor corridors that most curators never see, and you encounter collections that challenge our understanding of human technological development. The British Museum's private reserve section houses artefacts removed from public display not for conservation reasons, but because their implications prove too disruptive for mainstream archaeology. A metallic object recovered from Roman-era strata that shows evidence of precision manufacturing techniques not developed until the Industrial Age. Stone tablets bearing inscriptions in scripts that predate known writing systems yet demonstrate mathematical concepts that weren't discovered until the Renaissance. The Vatican Secret Archives represent perhaps the most extensive collection of suppressed historical evidence, containing not just religious documents, but geographical surveys, exploration reports, and correspondence between church officials and explorers who encountered phenomena that didn't align with accepted doctrine. The archive's restrictions on access extend far beyond theological sensitivity to encompass materials that might rewrite the timeline of human civilization. Documents describing vast underground complexes discovered by missionary expeditions, detailed maps of regions that officially remained unexplored for centuries, and reports of contact with populations that possessed knowledge systems incompatible with their supposed level of development. Media complicity in the suppression operates through editorial choices that consistently frame anomalous discoveries as curiosities rather than challenges to established knowledge. When stories about out-of-place artifacts or unexplained structures do reach public attention, they are presented in entertainment contexts rather than scientific ones, effectively neutralizing their credibility. Television programs about ancient mysteries are carefully formatted to emphasize speculation over evidence, ensuring that viewers dismiss the content as fantasy rather than legitimate investigation. Serious researchers find that their work, when covered by mainstream media at all, is edited and contextualized in ways that diminish its significance. The technological aspect of modern suppression involves satellite imagery manipulation and geographic information system controls that can make inconvenient discoveries literally disappear from maps. High-resolution images of anomalous structures in remote areas are either classified at the source or degraded in quality before reaching public databases. Google Earth and similar mapping services show curious blank spaces or deliberately blurred sections over areas that independent researchers have identified as significant. When pressed for explanations, the companies cite privacy concerns, military sensitivities, or technical difficulties that somehow affect only the most archaeologically interesting locations. Professional intimidation operates through career consequences that serve as object lessons for others who might consider pursuing similar research. Dr. Linda Hawthorne's experience exemplifies the pattern. After publishing preliminary findings about artificial structures detected beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, she found herself excluded from professional conferences, denied research funding, and eventually forced to accept early retirement from her university position. Her colleagues, witnessing the systematic destruction of a respected career, understood the implicit message about the boundaries of acceptable inquiry. Whistleblower accounts provide glimpses into the institutional machinery that maintains these boundaries. Former employees of government agencies, academic institutions, and private corporations have described protocols for handling discoveries that fall outside established historical parameters. Reports are reclassified, artifacts are transferred to restricted collections, and researchers are reassigned to projects in different fields. The process operates with bureaucratic efficiency, creating paper trails that justify the suppression while obscuring its true purpose. International cooperation in suppression efforts suggests coordination at levels that transcend national interests. The Antarctic Treaty System, officially designed to preserve the continent for scientific research and environmental protection, includes provisions that effectively prevent independent archaeological investigation of anomalous sites. Similar international agreements govern access to other regions where anomalous discoveries have been reported, creating legal frameworks that sound reasonable while serving to maintain control over information that might challenge fundamental assumptions about human history. The digital age has complicated suppression efforts by enabling independent researchers to share findings through networks that bypass traditional gatekeeping institutions. However, new forms of control have emerged through algorithm manipulation, search result filtering, and platform restrictions that can effectively bury information without formally censoring it. Content about ancient advanced civilizations or hidden archaeological discoveries is systematically downgraded in search rankings, relegated to categories associated with entertainment rather than education, or flagged with warnings about disputed information that discourage serious investigation. Private collections represent another venue for suppression, where wealthy individuals and organizations acquire artifacts that might otherwise reach public attention. These collections, housed in facilities that operate outside academic oversight, can preserve evidence while keeping it inaccessible to independent researchers. The collectors often present themselves as preservationists protecting artifacts from institutional neglect, but the effect is to remove potentially paradigm-shifting evidence from scientific circulation. The psychological dimension of suppression operates through social pressure and professional conformity that make challenging established narratives emotionally and professionally costly. Graduate students learn early in their careers which topics will advance their prospects and which will brand them as unreliable. Senior researchers, with families and mortgages to consider, understand that maintaining funding requires staying within acceptable boundaries of inquiry. The system maintains itself through these individual choices, each reasonable and understandable, that collectively ensure institutional orthodoxy. Security classifications provide legal mechanisms for suppression that can be applied retroactively to discoveries that prove inconvenient. Archaeological findings on military lands, geological surveys in restricted areas, and research conducted with any government funding can be classified under national security provisions that make disclosure impossible. The classification process operates with such efficiency that researchers often don't realize their work has been suppressed until they attempt to publish and discover that their findings have become legally inaccessible even to them. The suppression extends to related fields through coordinated responses that address discoveries from multiple disciplinary angles. When geological evidence suggests artificial modification of natural formations, geologists are discouraged from publication, while archaeologists are redirected away from the sites. When astronomical calculations reveal alignments that suggest advanced ancient knowledge, astronomers focus on technical accuracy, while historians emphasize the impossibility of such calculations being performed by ancient peoples. The compartmentalization ensures that no single discipline develops a complete picture of the anomalous evidence. Foreign government cooperation in suppression efforts operates through diplomatic channels and intelligence-sharing agreements that treat anomalous archaeological discoveries as matters of mutual interest rather than competitive advantage. Information about discoveries in one nation's territory is shared with allied governments, creating coordinated responses that prevent any single country from gaining technological or historical advantages from ancient knowledge. The cooperation suggests recognition at the highest levels that certain discoveries pose systemic rather than national challenges. The economic implications of suppression extend beyond individual research funding to encompass entire industries built on assumptions about human technological development. Energy companies, manufacturing corporations, and technology firms have invested trillions in systems based on current understanding of physics and engineering. Discoveries that suggest radically different approaches to energy generation, materials science, or construction techniques could destabilize markets and render enormous investments worthless overnight. The resistance to such discoveries operates not just through academic channels, but through corporate influence on research institutions and government policy. Religious and cultural institutions add another layer of resistance to discoveries that might challenge established belief systems. Major world religions have invested centuries in theological frameworks based on particular understandings of human history and development. Archaeological evidence suggesting advanced ancient civilizations or contact with non-human intelligence poses challenges to creation narratives and doctrinal teachings that these institutions are not prepared to address. The influence of religious organizations on academic institutions and government policy creates additional pressure to suppress discoveries that might prove theologically disruptive. The suppression machinery operates with such efficiency that it often anticipates discoveries before they occur, redirecting research away from promising sites or reclassifying areas to prevent investigation. Satellite monitoring of archaeological sites enables preemptive action when unusual features are detected. Environmental protection laws are applied selectively to prevent excavation in areas where significant discoveries might be made. Indigenous rights protections, while often serving legitimate purposes, can be invoked to restrict access to sites where oral traditions suggest the presence of ancient structures or artifacts. The technological capabilities available to suppression efforts have expanded dramatically with advances in digital surveillance and data management systems. Researchers' communications are monitored for keywords that might indicate discoveries requiring management. Publication databases are automatically scanned for papers that mention topics requiring review by oversight committees. Travel records and funding applications are analysed to identify researchers who might be approaching sensitive sites or topics. The surveillance operates within legal frameworks designed for national security, but applied to maintain control over historical information. The question that haunts those who study the suppression network is whether it serves genuinely protective purposes or merely institutional self-interest. If advanced ancient civilizations or hidden contemporary ones actually exist, the decision to suppress evidence might represent responsible management of information too destabilizing for current social systems to absorb. Alternatively, the suppression might simply reflect the natural resistance of established power structures to information that would diminish their authority and relevance. For those who encounter the suppression network directly, through cancelled research, confiscated evidence, or professional ostracism, the experience serves as both a warning and a confirmation. The very intensity of the suppression efforts suggests that there is indeed something significant to suppress. The resources devoted to maintaining control over information about ancient civilizations and hidden archaeological discoveries indicate that those in positions of authority understand the implications of such evidence far better than they are willing to admit publicly. The modern cover-up continues to evolve as new technologies create new possibilities for both discovery and suppression. But the fundamental tension remains between the human drive to explore and understand our past and the institutional need to maintain stability through control of information. As that tension increases, the question becomes not whether the suppressed evidence will eventually reach public awareness, but whether our civilization will prove mature enough to handle the implications when it does. In the pre-dawn darkness of Ireland's Boyne Valley, where the River Boyne winds through countryside that has witnessed the rise and fall of countless generations, there stands a monument that defies our comfortable assumptions about the capabilities of Neolithic peoples. Newgrange, older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids of Giza, rises from the earth like a green hill concealing secrets that stretch back over 5 millennia. But it is not merely the age that unsettles the thoughtful observer. It is the precision, the mathematical sophistication, the astronomical alignments that suggest its builders possessed knowledge of cosmic cycles that modern science has only recently begun to appreciate. Stand within the stone-lined passage of Newgrange on the morning of the winter solstice, and you witness something that seems almost miraculous in its calculated perfection. For exactly 17 minutes, as the sun climbs above the horizon at its lowest point of the year, a shaft of golden light penetrates the darkness, travelling through a carefully engineered roof box, down the 60-foot passage to illuminate the inner chamber with ethereal radiance. This is no accident of construction, no happy coincidence of positioning. The builders of Newgrange understood celestial mechanics with a precision that required not just observation, but mathematical modelling of the Earth's relationship to the Sun across vast spans of time. Yet this solar alignment, remarkable as it is, represents only the most obvious layer of the monument's astronomical sophistication. Recent analysis has revealed that Newgrange also tracks the 18.6-year cycle of lunar standstills, the subtle variation in the moon's path across the sky that requires decades of careful observation to detect. Even more intriguingly, the monument appears to incorporate awareness of the precession of the equinoxes, that slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes 26,000 years to complete a cycle so vast that no single human lifetime, no single civilization as we understand them, could observe it directly. This presents a profound puzzle. How did the builders of Newgrange, working with stone tools and supposedly limited astronomical knowledge, create a monument that demonstrates awareness of cosmic cycles stretching across tens of thousands of years? The conventional answer speaks of accumulated observations passed down through generations of priest astronomers, careful record-keeping that allowed long-term patterns to emerge. But this explanation strains credibility when we consider the precision involved, the mathematical concepts required, and the sheer scope of time that such observations would demand. What emerges instead is the possibility that the builders of Newgrange and similar monuments across the globe were working from knowledge that came not from their own observations alone, but from contact with a source that possessed a far deeper understanding of cosmic time. In the context of hidden civilizations like Agartha, such knowledge could represent fragments of wisdom preserved from previous cycles of human development, or guidance provided by those who have watched the great wheel of time turn through multiple revolutions. The Hindu concept of the yugas offers a framework for understanding such vast cycles of time. In this ancient cosmological system, existence unfolds through 4 great ages, each lasting hundreds of thousands of years. The Satya Yuga, or Golden Age, is a time of truth, virtue, and harmony, when human beings live in accordance with cosmic law and enjoy lifespans measured in millennia. As the cycle progresses, each subsequent age, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and finally the Kali Yuga, sees a gradual decline in human spiritual and moral capacity, with lifespans shortening and conflicts increasing. According to traditional calculations, we now exist deep within the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and discord that began approximately 5,000 years ago. This is said to be the shortest of the 4 ages, lasting only 432,000 years, but also the most challenging for human consciousness. It is characterized by materialism, environmental destruction, social chaos, and the forgetting of spiritual knowledge, a description that resonates uncomfortably with the challenges facing our contemporary world. Yet the cycle is not merely one of decline and ending. Hindu cosmology describes these vast ages as part of an eternal wheel, with each Kali Yuga eventually giving way to a new Satya Yuga as creation begins anew. The transition between ages is not gradual but catastrophic, involving cosmic fires, floods, and transformations that reset the conditions of existence. For those familiar with the Agartha legends, this cyclical pattern takes on new significance. The hidden civilizations may not simply be preserving knowledge through our current age of darkness. They may be preparing for the transition to the next golden age, maintaining the seeds of renewal until the cosmic wheel turns again. The precession of the equinoxes provides another lens through which to examine these vast cycles of time. This astronomical phenomenon, caused by the slow wobble of Earth's rotational axis, creates a cycle of approximately 26,000 years, during which the orientation of the planet relative to the stars gradually shifts. Ancient astronomers divided this great cycle into 12 ages, each lasting roughly 2,100 years, corresponding to the 12 signs of the zodiac. We are currently transitioning from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius, a shift that many spiritual traditions associate with profound changes in human consciousness and social organization. The precision with which ancient monuments track this precessional cycle suggests that their builders understood not just the mechanics of Earth's movement through space, but its significance for human development. The alignment of the Great Pyramid with the constellation Orion, the orientation of Angkor Wat to match the position of Draco as it appeared thousands of years ago, the careful tracking of stellar positions at sites from Easter Island to the Sahara Desert, all point to a tradition of knowledge that viewed cosmic cycles as intimately connected to earthly affairs. But perhaps the most sophisticated understanding of cosmic cycles appears in the calendrical systems of ancient Mesoamerica. The Maya developed not one but multiple interlocking calendar systems that tracked everything from the 260-day sacred calendar to the 5,125-year-long count that ended famously on December 21, 2012. Rather than predicting apocalypse, however, the end of this long count represented the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another, a reset point in the vast clockwork of cosmic time. What makes the Mayan calendars particularly remarkable is their accuracy and their scope. The Maya calculated the length of the solar year to within minutes of our modern measurements, tracked the synodic period of Venus with extraordinary precision, and developed eclipse prediction tables that remained accurate for centuries. More intriguingly, their calendar system seemed designed to track not just terrestrial and planetary cycles, but galactic ones as well. The end of the long count corresponded to the winter solstice alignment of the Sun with the galactic equator, an event that occurs roughly every 26,000 years. and was invisible to naked eye observation. This level of astronomical sophistication suggests that the Maya, like the builders of Newgrange and other ancient monuments, possessed knowledge that extended far beyond what their supposed technological capabilities should have allowed. They understood not just the mechanics of cosmic cycles, but their significance for human civilization. The end of the long count was not an arbitrary endpoint, but a moment of cosmic significance when multiple cycles converged, a time of potential transformation, when the conditions of existence might shift dramatically. Modern science has begun to discover connections between cosmic cycles and earthly events that ancient astronomers seem to have intuited millennia ago. Solar activity follows predictable cycles, with the familiar 11-year sunspot cycle embedded within longer patterns that affect Earth's climate and magnetic field. During periods of high solar activity, increased radiation affects everything from satellite communications to human physiology, while solar minima can trigger cooling periods that impact agriculture and social stability. Even more significantly, recent research has revealed that Earth's magnetic field, our planet's protective shield against cosmic radiation, undergoes periodic reversals that dramatically alter the conditions of life on the surface. During magnetic field reversals, the planet's protective barrier weakens substantially, allowing increased cosmic radiation to reach the surface and potentially triggering mutations, climate changes, and mass extinctions. These reversals appear to follow cycles that operate on timescales of hundreds of thousands of years, well beyond the span of recorded human history but perfectly aligned with the vast ages described in ancient cosmological systems. The implications are staggering. If ancient civilizations possessed knowledge of these cosmic cycles, they would have understood that Earth's environment undergoes periodic transformations that make surface life extremely challenging. The retreat to underground sanctuaries like Agartha might not represent mere myth-making, but practical preparation for cyclical environmental catastrophes. The Golden Ages remembered in global mythologies might not be idealized fantasies, but memories of stable periods between cosmic reset events. This perspective transforms our understanding of current global challenges. Climate change, environmental destruction, social instability, and technological overreach might not be unique features of modern industrial civilization, but recurring patterns that emerge during certain phases of cosmic cycles. Previous civilizations may have faced similar challenges at similar points in the Great Wheel of Time, with some collapsing under the pressure while others, perhaps those we remember as Agartha or Shambhala, found ways to transcend the cycle entirely. The evidence for such cyclical patterns appears throughout human history, though it is often interpreted in purely terrestrial terms. The Bronze Age collapse, the fall of classical civilizations, the mysterious abandonment of advanced urban centers across multiple continents. These events may represent not isolated historical phenomena, but manifestations of cosmic cycles that periodically reset the conditions of human existence. Current astronomical data suggests we may be approaching another such transition period. Our solar system's movement through the galaxy carries us through regions of varying cosmic ray intensity, affecting Earth's climate and magnetic field in predictable patterns. The weakening of Earth's magnetic field over the past several centuries, the increasing frequency of extreme weather events, and the social upheavals characterizing our current era may all be early indicators of an approaching cosmic cycle transition. If the ancient astronomers were correct in their understanding of these cycles, we may be living through the final phase of one great age and the early stages of another. The chaos and uncertainty that characterize our time might not represent civilization's failure, but the inevitable turbulence that precedes transformation. The question becomes whether we will navigate this transition consciously, learning from the patterns encoded in ancient monuments and calendar systems, or repeat the pattern of collapse that seems to have claimed previous surface civilizations. The hidden civilizations of legend may be waiting precisely for such moments of transition. If they have preserved knowledge and technologies capable of bridging cosmic cycles, their emergence might be timed to coincide with periods when surface civilizations face their greatest challenges. The gates that have remained sealed during stable periods might open during times of transformation, not to rescue surface dwellers from the consequences of their choices, but to offer guidance for those ready to participate in creating the next golden age. Standing in the stone chamber of Newgrange as the solstice light fades, one cannot help but feel the weight of these vast cycles pressing down like the tons of stone overhead. The builders of this monument understood something profound about time and transformation, about the relationship between cosmic rhythms and human destiny. They created not just a tomb or a temple, but a machine for measuring the great wheel of time, a reminder that what appears permanent and eternal is actually part of patterns so vast that only from the perspective of multiple lifetimes can their true nature be perceived. For those who study the cycles within cycles, the message is both humbling and hopeful. We are not the first to face the challenges of our age, nor will we be the last. But we may be among the first to face them with conscious awareness of the patterns involved, armed with both ancient wisdom and modern knowledge. Whether we use this understanding to transcend the cycle or merely repeat it depends on choices we make not as individuals but as a species, choices that may determine whether the next golden age emerges from the ashes of our civilization or from its conscious transformation into something greater than what came before. In the high desert of Nevada, where the Milky Way spills across the sky like scattered diamonds on black velvet, there exists a silence so complete that the beating of one's own heart becomes audible. Here, far from the electromagnetic noise of cities, in landscapes that seem to belong more to other worlds than to Earth, observers have gathered for decades to watch the night sky with an intensity that borders on reverence. They come seeking answers to questions that official channels refuse to ask. Are we alone? And if we're not alone, how long have they been watching? The desert air shimmers with heat even hours after sunset, creating mirages that blur the horizon between earth and sky. It is in this liminal space, this threshold between the known and the unknowable, that strange lights appear with a regularity that defies easy explanation. Not the predictable arc of satellites or the familiar pulse of aircraft navigation beacons, but phenomena that move with purpose yet follow no terrestrial logic. Lights that accelerate from stationary positions to impossible speeds, that change direction without apparent deceleration, that vanish and reappear in different portions of the sky as though folding space itself. For generations, such observations were relegated to the margins of scientific discourse, dismissed as misidentification, atmospheric phenomena, or the imaginative embellishments of unreliable witnesses. Yet in recent years, the landscape of official acknowledgement has shifted dramatically. Government agencies that once denied all knowledge of unexplained aerial phenomena now release videos captured by military sensors, admitting to encounters that challenge our understanding of physics and propulsion. The Pentagon's establishment of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the Navy's official recognition of unidentified aerial phenomena, and the congressional hearings that have brought military officers forward to testify under oath about encounters with craft of unknown origin, all represent a remarkable transformation in the official stance toward phenomena that were once systematically ignored or ridiculed. But for those who have studied the patterns across decades of sightings, this recent disclosure represents not revelation but confirmation. The phenomena have been consistent, the encounters documented, the evidence accumulating in databases maintained by civilian researchers who recognized long ago that official science was either unwilling or unable to address the questions these observations raised. What emerges from this accumulated data is not proof of extraterrestrial visitation in the popular sense, but evidence of something far more complex and disturbing, the presence of intelligences that appear to be monitoring human civilization with the careful attention of researchers studying a developing species. The monitoring hypothesis suggests that Earth has been under observation for far longer than our recent technological development would account for. If the watchers are indeed present, their interest in humanity likely predates our industrial age, our atomic age, perhaps even our agricultural age. They may have been observing the rise and fall of civilizations across millennia, taking note of our patterns of development, our recurring cycles of growth and collapse, our environmental impact and social organization. From this perspective, the increased frequency of sightings since the 1940s might reflect not the arrival of observers, but a change in the intensity of their observation as we approach technological and environmental thresholds that trigger closer scrutiny. Ancient texts and oral traditions take on new significance when viewed through this lens. The biblical accounts of watchers who descended from heaven to observe and occasionally intervene in human affairs. The Hindu descriptions of vimanas, aerial craft piloted by beings of advanced knowledge who moved between earthly and celestial realms. The Aboriginal Dreamtime stories of sky ancestors who continue to watch over the land and its people. The consistency of these accounts across cultures that had no contact with each other suggests either a universal psychological pattern in human imagination or shared memories of actual encounters with non-human intelligences. The Sumerian tablets speak explicitly of the Anunnaki, beings who came from the sky to establish civilization among early humans, teaching agriculture, metallurgy, and astronomy, before departing with promises to return when conditions warranted their intervention. The Egyptian hieroglyphs depict the Neteru, divine principles that took physical form to guide human development during critical periods of cultural formation. In Central America, the feathered serpent gods of the Aztecs and Maya are described not as metaphorical deities but as actual teachers who arrived from the stars and departed with similar promises of return. What makes these ancient accounts particularly compelling in the context of modern UFO phenomena is their consistent portrayal of the Watchers as beings with a vested interest in human development, but a careful policy of non-interference, except during crucial transition periods. They observe, they occasionally guide, but they do not rule directly or impose their will upon human societies. This pattern mirrors what contemporary UFO researchers describe as the behavior of modern, unidentified phenomena present but elusive, technological but restrained, apparently interested in human affairs, but maintaining a distance that suggests either policy constraints or evolutionary ethics. Dr. John Mack, the Harvard psychiatrist whose research into alien abduction experiences cost him his academic standing, but opened new territories of inquiry, documented patterns in encounter narratives that align remarkably with ancient descriptions of contact with sky beings. His subjects described not conquest or colonization by alien forces, but examination and guidance by intelligences concerned about humanity's environmental and spiritual development. The encounters often included warnings about ecological destruction, nuclear weapons, and the need for humanity to mature spiritually before gaining access to more advanced technologies. These contemporary accounts echo the structure of ancient wisdom traditions, in which contact with divine or semi-divine beings was contingent upon the spiritual preparation of the human recipient. In Tibetan Buddhism, the hidden realm of Shambhala reveals itself only to those who have achieved certain levels of inner development. In the Native American Vision Quest tradition, contact with spirit guides occurs only after rigorous preparation and purification. If the modern UFO phenomenon represents contact with the same intelligence described in ancient traditions, the zoo hypothesis, proposed by MIT radio astronomer John Ball, offers a framework for understanding such restrained contact. In this model, Earth functions as a kind of preserve or research station, where a developing species humanity is allowed to evolve naturally while being studied by more advanced civilizations. Just as we establish national parks and wildlife preserves to protect developing ecosystems from human interference, so might advanced intelligences establish protocols to protect developing civilizations from premature contact that could disrupt their natural evolutionary processes. This hypothesis explains many of the paradoxical aspects of the UFO phenomenon. The apparent presence of advanced technologies combined with the absence of obvious intervention in human affairs. The consistency of encounters across decades and cultures combined with the lack of definitive physical evidence. The reported interest of the phenomena in human technological and environmental developments, combined with their apparent reluctance to share their own knowledge directly. If Earth is indeed functioning as a kind of cosmic preserve, then the increased activity since the atomic age might represent not invasion, but intensified observation during a critical period of human development. The detonation of nuclear weapons marked humanity's transition from a planetary species to a potential spacefaring civilization, a threshold that might trigger enhanced monitoring protocols. The environmental crises of the past century, combined with our growing technological capabilities, may have created conditions that require closer observation to determine whether humanity will successfully navigate the transition to a sustainable galactic civilization or join the ranks of species that destroyed themselves during similar developmental phases. Ancient astronaut theory, popularized by researchers like Erich von Däniken but rooted in far older traditions of contact with sky beings, proposes that human civilization has been guided or influenced by extraterrestrial intelligences throughout history. While mainstream archaeology rejects such interpretations, the accumulating evidence of advanced ancient technologies, impossible architectural achievements, and sophisticated astronomical knowledge suggests that some form of knowledge transfer occurred in the distant past. Whether this transfer came from extraterrestrial visitors, time travelers from our own future, or contact with parallel evolutionary branches of terrestrial intelligence remains an open question. The possibility that these intelligences represent not extraterrestrial visitors, but interdimensional travelers or parallel evolutionary paths adds another layer of complexity to the investigation. If consciousness operates across dimensions as some quantum physics theories suggest, then contact might occur not through physical travel across space, but through intersection of different reality streams or frequency domains. The hidden civilizations of legend Agartha, Shambhala, the inner worlds might exist not beneath our feet, but alongside our reality, in dimensional spaces that occasionally intersect with our own. This interdimensional hypothesis explains certain aspects of UFO encounters that seem to violate physical laws: the ability of craft to appear and disappear instantaneously, to pass through solid matter, to affect electronic equipment without apparent energy sources. These characteristics suggest technologies that operate on principles beyond our current understanding of physics, or beings that exist primarily in non-physical dimensions and manifest in our reality only temporarily. Contact protocols between advanced and developing civilizations would necessarily be complex, involving considerations of cultural readiness, technological preparedness, and evolutionary timing. The apparent selectivity of contact, why some individuals report clear encounters, while others remain unaware of any non-human presence, might reflect careful screening processes designed to identify humans who can process the experience without psychological damage and who might serve as bridges between civilizations during eventual open contact. The recent government disclosures about unidentified aerial phenomena may represent the beginning of such a contact protocol, a gradual acclimatization process designed to prepare human civilization for more direct interaction. By acknowledging the reality of phenomena that clearly represent non-human intelligence, official agencies may be participating in a carefully orchestrated revelation process that will unfold over decades rather than years. For those who gather in the desert night to watch the sky, the question is no longer whether we are being observed, but how we should respond to that observation. The lights that move against the stars represent not just a scientific mystery, but a mirror held up to our own development as a species. How we react to the knowledge that we are not alone with fear or curiosity, with aggression or wisdom, with isolation or openness, may determine whether the watchers remain distant observers or become partners in humanity's next phase of evolution. The desert silence deepens as the night progresses, broken only by the distant howl of coyotes and the whisper of wind across ancient stone. Above, the lights continue their careful dance, maintaining their vigil as they have for millennia, waiting perhaps for the moment when humanity proves ready not just for contact but for citizenship in a larger community of consciousness that spans the cosmos. Until that moment arrives, the watching continues, patient as the stars themselves, holding space for possibilities that our current understanding can barely comprehend, but our deepest intuitions have always suspected. In the end, the watchers may be less important for what they represent about extraterrestrial intelligence and more significant for what they reveal about human potential. If we are being observed, it suggests we are worth observing, that despite our conflicts and limitations, we represent something valuable in the cosmic order. The question becomes not when contact will occur, but whether we will prove worthy of the patience and hope that such long observation implies. In the pre-dawn hours at the Mount Wilson Observatory, where the great telescopes have spent a century peering into the cosmic deep, there exists a different kind of calculation taking place. Not the measurement of stellar distances or galactic velocities, but an attempt to quantify something far closer to home yet infinitely more elusive, the mathematical probability that we are not the first technological civilization to arise on Earth. Here, in the silence between the stars, researchers armed with statistical models and deep time data wrestle with equations that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about human uniqueness. The Drake equation, formulated in 1961 to estimate the number of communicating civilizations in our galaxy, has become a cornerstone of astrobiology. But standing beneath the dome where Edwin Hubble first glimpsed the expanding universe, one cannot help but wonder, what if we applied similar mathematical rigor not to distant worlds, but to our own planet's vast temporal landscape? What if the equation that matters most is not about extraterrestrial intelligence, but about terrestrial intelligence that preceded us by millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of years? Dr. Elena Vasquez, whose groundbreaking work on probability matrices has remained largely unpublished due to institutional resistance, approaches this question with the methodical precision of someone who has spent decades analyzing patterns in chaos. When we consider Earth's 4.6 billion year history, she explains, her voice barely audible above the observatory's mechanical hum, we're dealing with a temporal canvas so vast that our entire recorded civilization occupies less than 1% of the available time. To assume we're the first intelligence to emerge in that span isn't just unlikely, it's statistically absurd. Her calculations, when mapped across geological time, reveal a probability matrix that should unsettle anyone comfortable with human exceptionalism. If we accept that intelligence is an emergent property of complex systems, and the evidence from evolutionary biology strongly suggests it is, then the statistical likelihood of its arising only once on a planet as biogeochemically active as Earth approaches zero. The Drake equation, when applied terrestrially, becomes a temporal lottery with billions of drawings, each representing a million-year window in which intelligence could emerge, flourish, and potentially vanish without leaving obvious traces in our limited archaeological record. Consider the variables. Earth has experienced at least 5 major extinction events, each effectively resetting the biological slate while preserving the underlying conditions that led to complex life's emergence. Between these catastrophic punctuations lie vast stretches of relative stability, precisely the conditions that favour the evolution of intelligence, tool use, and eventually technological civilization. The mathematical probability that only our recent emergence represents intelligence's sole manifestation on Earth is comparable to flipping a coin 1 billion times and getting heads on only the final toss. The revised equation becomes even more compelling when we factor in convergent evolution, the tendency for similar environmental pressures to produce similar biological solutions across different lineages. Intelligence, as an adaptive strategy, has emerged independently multiple times even within our limited observational window. Dolphins, octopuses, corvids, and great apes have all developed problem-solving capabilities, tool use, and forms of communication that suggest the raw materials for technological development exist across diverse phylogenetic branches. If intelligence can emerge multiple times within a single geological period, the probability of its emergence across multiple periods becomes not just likely, but virtually certain. The Fermi paradox, which asks, "Where is everybody?" in reference to the apparent absence of detectable extraterrestrial civilizations, takes on new meaning when applied to our own planet's history. The answer may not be that intelligence is rare, but that it is ephemeral on cosmic timescales, and that evidence of its passage degrades beyond recognition within timeframes that dwarf human comprehension. A civilization that flourished 100 million years ago would have left no cities. Standing in the observatory's dome as the first light of dawn begins to pale the eastern horizon, one confronts the sobering mathematics of deep time. If a technological civilization had arisen every 50 million years throughout Earth's habitable period, a conservative estimate given the available temporal real estate, there could have been nearly 100 distinct intelligences that preceded us, each potentially lasting millions of years, each potentially achieving levels of sophistication that make our industrial age appear as brief as a lightning flash. The implications ripple outward like gravitational waves through the fabric of human understanding. If previous civilizations achieved technological maturity, some might have developed the means to survive the periodic catastrophes that reset surface conditions. Deep underground installations, sealed environments, technologies that harness the planet's own energy systems rather than depleting finite resources. Such developments would represent the logical evolution of intelligence facing the reality of cosmic cyclical destruction. This statistical framework provides a mathematical foundation for phenomena that mainstream science struggles to explain. The precision of ancient astronomical observations that required instruments we assume didn't exist. The sudden appearance of complex technologies in the archaeological record without clear developmental lineages. The global distribution of similar architectural techniques and mathematical concepts across cultures that supposedly never interacted. Rather than anomalies requiring exotic explanations, these become the predictable signatures of knowledge transfer from civilizations that achieved technological stability by operating outside the surface world's catastrophic cycles. The probability matrix also addresses the Great Filter hypothesis, the proposed explanation for why, despite the apparent ease with which life emerges, advanced civilizations seem to be vanishingly rare in the cosmos. Perhaps the filter is not ahead of us, waiting to eliminate emerging civilizations, but behind us, successfully navigated by terrestrial intelligences that learn to transcend the boom and bust cycles that characterize surface development. We may not be approaching the Great Filter, we may be its latest test subjects, observed by intelligences that passed through it eons ago. Dr. Vasquez's most controversial calculation attempts to predict when contact between surface and subsurface civilizations might occur, based on technological development curves and environmental pressure thresholds. Her models suggest that contact likelihood increases exponentially as surface civilizations approach points of potential self-destruction or transcendence. The mathematics indicate that contact events are not random, she notes, pointing to equations that map technological acceleration against ecological crisis indicators. They appear to cluster around transition points moments, when a civilization either develops the wisdom to manage its power or faces extinction from its own capabilities. The revelation timeline, as her models term it, suggests that we may be approaching such a transition point now. The convergence of environmental crisis, technological acceleration, and growing awareness of our planet's deeper mysteries creates conditions that mathematical models identify as optimal for contact initiation. Not contact from space, but contact from the depths of our own world, from intelligences that have been waiting for us to mature enough to handle the knowledge they've preserved. This probabilistic approach to hidden civilizations transforms the search from a physical quest into a mathematical inevitability. The question becomes not whether previous intelligences exist, but when and how they will choose to reveal themselves to us. The observatory's great telescope, designed to peer into cosmic distances, becomes a metaphor for the temporal telescope we need. Instruments capable of detecting the signatures of intelligence across geological rather than astronomical scales. As dawn fully breaks over the San Gabriel Mountains, illuminating the valley below where millions of humans begin another day largely unaware of the vast probabilities that swirl around them, the mathematical certainty feels both overwhelming and exhilarating. We are almost certainly not alone on Earth, not the first to gaze at stars and wonder about our place in the cosmic order, not the first to split atoms or contemplate the nature of consciousness itself. The probability matrix offers no comfort to human exceptionalism, but it provides something perhaps more valuable: context. We are not the pinnacle of terrestrial intelligence, but participants in a pattern that may be as old as complex life itself. The calculations suggest that intelligence, like life, finds a way, not just to emerge, but to persist, to adapt, to survive even the most catastrophic transitions that our planet periodically undergoes. For those willing to accept what the mathematics so clearly indicate, this realization carries profound implications for how we conduct ourselves as a species. If we are indeed being observed, evaluated, perhaps even gently guided by intelligences that preceded us, then our choices in the coming decades may determine not just our survival, but our worthiness to join a community of consciousness that extends far deeper into Earth's history than we ever dared imagine. The numbers don't lie, even when they tell us truths we're not ready to hear. In the meditation halls of Tibetan monasteries, where silence has been cultivated as meticulously as any garden, there exists an ancient practice known as consciousness archaeology, the methodical excavation of awareness itself, layer by layer, until the practitioner reaches states of perception that transcend ordinary sensory boundaries. Here, in these high-altitude sanctuaries where the air is thin enough to make every breath deliberate, monks who have devoted lifetimes to inner exploration speak matter-of-factly of contact with intelligences that exist in realms parallel to our own. Their preparation, they explain, is not technological but transformational, based on the understanding that contact with advanced civilizations requires not better instruments, but better humans. Lama Tenzin Norbu, whose weathered hands trace prayer beads worn smooth by decades of contemplation, describes the process with the precision of a scientist and the poetry of a mystic. To meet those who dwell in the deeper places, we must first become deep ourselves. Contact is not about finding them, they have always been here. It is about developing the capacity to perceive and interact without disrupting the delicate harmonies they have spent millennia perfecting. This perspective, emerging from traditions far older than our industrial age, suggests that preparation for contact with hidden civilizations requires a fundamental evolution in human consciousness, a development as significant as the transition from hunter-gatherer to agricultural societies, but operating on internal rather than external landscapes. The monasteries scattered across the Himalayas serve as laboratories for this transformation. Their practices refined across centuries to cultivate precisely the qualities that ancient texts suggest are necessary for contact with what they call the inner world. Environmental stewardship emerges as perhaps the most crucial prerequisite, but not merely in the sense of reducing pollution or conserving resources. The deeper requirement appears to be developing a relationship with the natural world based on reciprocity, rather than extraction, understanding humanity as participants in, rather than masters of terrestrial systems. Indigenous cultures worldwide, many of which maintain oral traditions of contact with underground or hidden peoples, consistently emphasize this relational approach to the living earth. Dr. Maria Santos, working with indigenous communities in the Amazon basin, has documented how traditional preparation for contact with what local shamans call the people of the deep forest involves months of dietary purification, dream work, and ceremonial practices designed to attune human consciousness to frequencies of awareness that technological civilization has largely forgotten. They don't see it as contacting aliens, she explains, her voice carrying the reverence of someone who has witnessed practices that challenge conventional understanding. They see it as remembering how to communicate with relatives who chose a different path of development, relatives who never lost their connection to the living intelligence of the planet itself. The technological readiness for contact involves paradoxes that highlight the gap between our current capabilities and what hidden civilizations might require. Our most advanced detection systems, designed to identify artificial signals from space, might be completely inadequate for perceiving intelligences that have learned to operate in harmony with, rather than opposition to, natural energy patterns. Contact preparation, from this perspective, requires developing technologies that complement rather than dominate natural systems. Research into biomimicry and quantum coherence in living systems suggests pathways towards such technologies, Scientists studying how birds navigate using quantum entanglement in their cellular structures, how plants communicate through underground mycorrhizal networks, and how certain crystals can store and transmit information across vast timescales are beginning to glimpse alternatives to the crude electromagnetic technologies that characterize our current development phase. Hidden civilizations, having had millions of years to perfect such approaches, might communicate and travel using principles we're only beginning to recognize. The ethical frameworks necessary for contact present perhaps the greatest challenge to human readiness. Every encounter between technologically disparate civilizations in human history has resulted in exploitation, assimilation, or destruction of the less technologically advanced culture. If hidden civilizations exist with capabilities that dwarf our own, traditional power dynamics would be reversed, placing humanity in the vulnerable position typically occupied by indigenous peoples encountering colonial powers. Preparing for such contact requires developing ethical structures based on humility rather than dominance, cooperation rather than competition, and long-term thinking rather than short-term gain. The prime directive concept from science fiction. The principle that advanced civilizations should not interfere with the natural development of less advanced ones might already be operational, with hidden civilizations observing our development while maintaining careful boundaries to prevent contamination of either culture. Unity prerequisites represent another dimension of readiness that challenges current human social organization. As long as our species remains fragmented into competing nations, religions, and ideological systems, contact with advanced civilizations risks being weaponized by some groups against others. The hidden civilizations, if they exist, would logically wait for signs of planetary rather than tribal thinking before revealing themselves. Signs of such unity are beginning to emerge in response to global challenges that transcend national boundaries: climate change, pandemics, asteroid defense, and the exploration of space. These challenges require cooperation on scales that mirror the planetary consciousness that contact preparation might demand. The European Union, the International Space Station, and global scientific collaborations represent early experiments in the kind of unified human organization that might be necessary for contact readiness. Personal transformation forms the foundation of species-wide readiness, and here the ancient practices preserved in monasteries, ashrams, and indigenous traditions offer tested methodologies. Meditation practices that expand awareness beyond the boundaries of individual identity. Contemplative techniques that develop empathy across species barriers, and ceremonial approaches that re-establish connection with natural cycles all contribute to the consciousness evolution that contact might require. In the meditation halls of the Potala Palace, where Tibetan practitioners have maintained unbroken lineages of inner exploration for over 1,000 years, the preparation process is described in terms that blend spiritual development with practical training. Advanced practitioners report experiences of consciousness expansion that include contact with non-physical intelligences, travel through underground realms, and access to knowledge that seems to originate from sources beyond individual memory or learning. These experiences, dismissed by materialist science as hallucinations or psychological projections, are treated within contemplative traditions as legitimate forms of intelligence gathering, reconnaissance missions into territories of awareness that might be necessary to navigate contact with civilizations that operate primarily in consciousness space, rather than purely physical dimensions. The development of what researchers in consciousness studies term non-ordinary states of awareness appears across cultures that maintain contact traditions. Whether achieved through meditation, plant medicines, sensory deprivation, or other techniques, these states consistently produce experiences that match descriptions found in accounts of contact with hidden civilizations. Encounters with beings of advanced knowledge, access to information about planetary history and cosmic cycles, and direct perception of interconnections between all life systems. Technological readiness for contact also involves recognizing the limitations of our current scientific paradigm. Consciousness researchers suggest that contact with advanced civilizations might require developing what they call participatory knowing, ways of gathering information that recognize consciousness as a fundamental feature of reality, rather than an emergent property of complex matter arrangements. This shift from objective to participatory science would represent a revolution comparable to the transition from medieval to modern worldviews, but in reverse moving from a mechanistic understanding that sees consciousness as secondary to a systemic understanding that recognizes consciousness as primary. Such a shift would naturally lead to technologies and social systems that work with rather than against the conscious intelligence that appears to permeate natural systems at every level. Environmental restoration projects worldwide increasingly recognize that successful healing of damaged ecosystems requires understanding the intricate communication networks that connect all components of healthy natural communities. This systems thinking approach to environmental stewardship closely parallels the kind of awareness that might be necessary for contact with civilizations that have learned to exist in dynamic equilibrium with planetary systems. The restoration of damaged landscapes through permaculture, rewilding, and indigenous land management practices demonstrates humanity's capacity to work cooperatively rather than competitively with natural systems. Such projects serve as training grounds for the kind of relational consciousness that contact with hidden civilizations might require. Signs of readiness are beginning to appear across multiple domains of human development. The growth of global communication networks that enable instant connection across continents mirrors the kind of planetary nervous system that might be necessary for species-wide contact preparation. The emergence of scientific disciplines that study consciousness, complexity, and systemic intelligence provides conceptual frameworks for understanding advanced civilizations that operate on principles beyond current technological paradigms. Perhaps most significantly, growing numbers of humans report experiences that suggest the boundaries between inner and outer worlds are becoming more permeable. Near-death experiences, mystical encounters, shamanic journeys, and meditative states increasingly include elements that match descriptions of contact with advanced intelligences. Whether these represent actual contact or preparation for contact remains an open question, but their increasing frequency suggests that something fundamental is shifting in human consciousness. The question of timing becomes crucial in this context. If hidden civilizations are indeed waiting for signs of human readiness before initiating contact, then the pace of contact preparation might determine how quickly such contact occurs. The monasteries and indigenous communities that maintain contact traditions suggest that individual readiness can catalyze collective readiness, with small numbers of prepared humans serving as bridges between civilizations. From this perspective, every person who develops the inner capacities associated with contact readiness, expanded awareness, ecological consciousness, ethical sophistication, and emotional balance, contributes to the critical mass necessary for species-wide contact. The preparation becomes both individual and collective, with personal transformation serving as the foundation for civilizational transformation. As dawn breaks over the meditation halls where practitioners have spent the night cultivating the awareness that might one day enable communication with intelligences that have been waiting in the depths of our world for humanity to mature enough to meet them safely, the preparation continues, not with fanfare or publicity, but with the quiet persistence of those who understand that the greatest discoveries often require the greatest transformations in the discoverers themselves. The gates may open when we become the kind of people who can walk through them without destroying what we find on the other side. Dawn breaks over the ruins of Göbekli Tepe, where 11,000-year-old stone circles rise from the Anatolian hills like questions carved in granite, their surfaces bearing images of creatures and symbols whose meanings have been lost to the turning of ages. Here, in the growing light of another day, as shadows retreat from monoliths that predate agriculture, metallurgy, and written language, one confronts the infinite horizon of human possibility, not stretching outward toward distant stars, but reaching backward and inward toward mysteries that may be closer than the beating of our own hearts. This is where the investigation transforms, where the search for what we have lost becomes inseparable from the discovery of what we might yet become. Standing among these impossible stones, each one positioned with astronomical precision by people who supposedly possessed neither the tools nor the knowledge to create such monuments. The comfortable boundaries between past and future, between known and unknowable, begin to dissolve like morning mist touched by the first rays of sun. The journey inward that this search demands is perhaps its most precious gift. In following the traces of civilizations that may have walked this earth millions of years before us, in pursuing evidence of intelligences that might dwell in the depths of our own planet, we discover something profound about the nature of human consciousness itself. We are not passive observers of a fixed reality, but active participants in an ongoing mystery that responds to the quality of our attention, the depth of our commitment, the sincerity of our questioning. Each thread we have followed, the suppressed archaeological evidence, the impossible precision of ancient monuments, the global myths that speak of teachers from hidden realms, the mathematical probability that we are not the first intelligence to arise on this ancient planet has led not to definitive answers but to deeper questions, more refined mysteries, more sophisticated uncertainties. This is not failure of investigation, but its triumph. For the greatest discoveries often take the form not of solutions but of better problems, questions that illuminate previously unsuspected territories of possibility. The archaeological imperative that drives this search operates on multiple levels simultaneously. On the surface, it seeks physical evidence, artifacts that shouldn't exist in their geological context, architectural achievements that exceed the supposed capabilities of their builders, technological signatures that suggest the presence of advanced civilizations in our planet's deep past. But beneath this surface inquiry runs a deeper current, the recognition that we are not merely investigating ancient history but participating in it, adding our own layer to the sedimentary accumulation of human questioning that spans millennia. Embracing mystery in an age that demands immediate answers requires a kind of intellectual courage that our instant information culture rarely rewards. Yet it may be precisely this willingness to live with questions, to maintain wonder in the face of the unknown, that distinguishes the authentic seeker from the casual consumer of sensational claims. The mystery of whether we are the first civilization on Earth cannot be resolved through a single discovery or revelation, but only through a gradual transformation in how we understand our relationship to time, to the planet that gave us birth, and to forms of intelligence that may operate according to principles we have yet to fathom. The community of seekers that this investigation has revealed spans continents and centuries, connecting Tibetan monks who speak matter-of-factly of underground realms with Amazon shamans who maintain contact protocols with beings they call the people of the deep waters, linking 19th-century explorers who vanished into unmapped territories with 21st-century researchers whose careers have been destroyed for pursuing evidence that challenges established chronologies. This community exists largely outside institutional recognition, bound together not by academic credentials or official funding, but by shared commitment to following evidence wherever it leads, regardless of how uncomfortable the implications might be. Within this community, each individual contribution adds pieces to a puzzle whose final image remains tantalizingly incomplete. The physicist who detects anomalous energy signatures in supposedly solid matter, the linguist who identifies impossible similarities between languages that developed in isolation, the geologist who finds evidence of advanced engineering in strata millions of years old. Each provides fragments that gain meaning only when viewed as part of a larger pattern, a design too vast to be encompassed by any single perspective or discipline. Future discoveries await in territories both physical and conceptual. Deep-sea exploration continues to reveal structures that challenge our understanding of when complex engineering first appeared on Earth. Advances in consciousness research suggest that the boundary between subjective experience and objective reality may be far more permeable than materialist science assumes. Quantum physics points toward levels of reality that operate according to principles fundamentally different from the mechanical causation that dominates our current technological paradigm. Perhaps most significantly, the democratization of information through digital networks means that suppression of anomalous discoveries becomes increasingly difficult to maintain. Images, measurements, and testimonies that once disappeared into classified archives now circulate through decentralized networks that lie beyond the control of any single institution. The community of investigation is expanding, its methods becoming more sophisticated, its documentation more persistent. Personal transformation emerges as both the means and the end of this investigation. Those who pursue these questions seriously report changes that extend far beyond intellectual understanding. The search for lost civilizations becomes a search for lost aspects of human potential. The investigation of hidden realms becomes an exploration of hidden dimensions of consciousness. The question of whether we are alone on Earth becomes an inquiry into what it truly means to be human in a universe that may be far stranger and more magnificent than our current models suggest. This transformation is not merely individual but collective, rippling outward through families, communities, and cultures as those touched by these mysteries carry their expanded awareness into every aspect of their lives. The search changes not just what we know, but how we know, not just what we believe, but how we relate to belief itself, not just what we seek, but who we become in the seeking. The infinite horizon beckons not as a destination to be reached, but as a direction to be followed. Each generation of seekers adds its own observations to the accumulated record, pushes a little further into territories that previous generations could only imagine, develops tools and techniques that make visible what was previously hidden. Yet the horizon itself remains infinite, always revealing new landscapes beyond whatever temporary summit we manage to attain. Standing in the growing daylight among the stones of Göbekli Tepe, where someone 11,000 years ago carved images of beings and events we can no longer decipher, the continuity becomes palpable. We are not the first to gaze at these symbols and wonder about their meaning. We will not be the last. The investigation continues not because it must reach a predetermined conclusion, but because the questioning itself is alive, dynamic, generative of new possibilities with each passing year. For those who feel called to this path, the invitation is not to solve the mystery, but to participate in it more fully, to add their own unique perspective to the ongoing conversation between human consciousness and the inexhaustible mystery of existence itself. The search for evidence of previous civilizations becomes, ultimately, a search for what civilizations might yet become when they learn to cooperate rather than compete, to preserve rather than consume, to seek truth rather than merely victory. Look with new eyes at the world around you. Notice the places where official explanations strain credibility, where anomalous evidence accumulates despite institutional resistance, where ancient wisdom traditions speak with unexpected precision about matters that modern science is only beginning to explore. Ask not just what you can prove, but what deserves investigation regardless of whether proof is immediately forthcoming. The greatest discoveries often begin not with answers but with better questions, not with certainty but with the willingness to remain uncertain long enough for clarity to emerge. In the gaps between what we think we know and what actually is, in the spaces between scientific orthodoxy and ancient wisdom, in the threshold areas where myth and measurement meet, new possibilities are always being born. The investigation continues, carried forward by each person willing to look beyond the horizon of the known, to ask questions that have no easy answers, to participate in the ongoing conversation between human consciousness and the infinite mystery of existence itself. Whether that participation leads to the discovery of physical evidence for previous civilizations, or simply to the recognition that we ourselves might become the kind of civilization worthy of being discovered by future seekers, matters less than the transformation that occurs in those who commit themselves to the search. In seeking the first, we may discover what it truly means to be worthy of being remembered. And so the horizon calls, infinite and inexhaustible, promising not answers but better questions, not destinations but directions, not solutions but transformations that prepare us for whatever revelations await in the vast territories of possibility that stretch endlessly before us. The search continues, the mystery deepens, the horizon beckons. Welcome to the infinite,